Hey, how's it going, guys? Try this again, see how it works. Um, let's see. So what have I been working on? I can start with this. So yeah, if you're not tired of this already, so I been working on this model a little more, and I decided to start applying it to a pantheon just to see how the pantheon would fit into this model. So I got two pantheons done now. So this is the Greek pantheon here. Um, One of the interesting things that I found, like first off, is that there is a little bit of balance on the Greek pantheon, but it's a little light here um, on the immediate compassion side. And at first, I thought maybe they weren't idealizing that as much, but I think it's the opposite. I think like this is where their society probably was, and then they were idealizing this side a lot more because that's what they needed more of. That's their void, and it'll confirm this once I get to the next pantheon, which I did the Norse pantheon. Um, I'm thinking of doing more just to see if how this holds up. But one interesting thing I saw here is the Zeus and the Hera thing, where like Zeus is like this he's portrayed as like this good ruler, like not a tyrant. Um, Whereas like his father Kronos or whatever was portrayed quite the opposite. And so but like his swing, so he was okay here, he was like responsible here, but his swing was over here in the, the sexual deviation area, where he was impregnating all kinds of humans and had all of these half gods. And then Hera, his wife, was also portrayed as like actually quite good here, but all she had all of these swings with revenge and jealousy. Yeah, these two for Zeus's behavior, and I thought that was interesting that like the way they personified these characters, they kept them. I don't know, like the way they interplayed, the way they interacted. It's as if like they were trying to create some kind of morality structure in their pantheon. And so the interesting one here was, so the next one I did was the Norse, and the Norse pantheon is way different because, so like, first of all, a lot of their pantheon had more to do with like knowledge and very simple like physical things, like the sea, thunder, the moon, like all kinds of things that they didn't understand, and they personified those. And then they also personified a lot of their gods, just have the god of wisdom, god of knowledge, which is like, oh, why were they picking those? Because they didn't know a lot of things. They a lot of things were confusing to them, and so they were trying to interpret them. Okay, let's just call the moon a god and call the sun a god, and what we want to strive for is knowledge because we're confused. We have no idea what's going on. So that was one thing that stood out here, and then the gods that I could fit into the morality. So here you could see the morality was way more fleshed out. They really did ascribe their deities to morality. Here, they didn't really know where to place Odin. They just placed him as like some ideal figure, and didn't really know where to put him on which side. Same thing with like all of their main figures, Heimdall and Mimir. They stuck them right in the ideal area, and they stuck a lot of their gods up here because I think what was happening is this is where they were. Like they were all in this immediate gratification, like very not very, and so their gods had to fill that void of being more ideal. um yeah, that's what I was thinking that happened. So like these are actually not very well known, or not like very simple and basic gods, and then all of like their pantheon somehow just, yeah, fit up here into this ideal realm, where I guess that's what they were trying to chase after, the voids and stuff. um but yeah, that's all I got so far. I'm gonna keep working on it, but let's see, nobody's joining yet. um if anyone wants to discuss that, we can talk about that too. I don't know, like a lot of those sensories can be moved. Like I was just guessing on where a lot of those deities would fit in, but I thought like doing a typology, because like that's the reason I had the idolatry around the sides, because I saw that that's where the deities and all of the pantheons were being ascribed to. um So yeah, if anyone has a different idea about that, but otherwise, come on, don't be scared. Come join. You don't have to show your face. We can just chat and talk and hang out and talk about whatever you guys want. Just get the panel going. Let's see, what else can I talk about? Yeah, I'm not sure. Who are we typing now? We could check that out. Well, someone's got to come save the day. I can't just perform forever on my own. Let's see. I'm sure someone will. If you've been on, you're welcome to come back as many times as you want to. Just saying. Link is in the description. Just click on it. Okay, here we go. We got somebody. Nice, Annie. Thank you.
Hi.
Thanks for saving the day.
What's up?
I said thanks for saving the day.
Yeah, I came on just let's get this party started,
Yeah,
until
all right.
someone more interesting comes on. I can hang out for a little while.
Nice. How you been? How's your week been?
Yesterday was weird because I did my taxes and wanted to get them over with early in the day, and then I just couldn't reset after that. I don't know. It just like messed up my nervous system, and so I just couldn't change the channel. So I went to the YMCA and sat in the hot tub.
I guess, yeah, it's tax season, and that must be the bane of every Annie's existence.
Yeah, it's not really. I'm very organized. So the number, I had all the receipts and all the SI was very, very clean. It's just the bottom line of how much I owe. That's what's stressful.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So yeah, I did that. And then it was one of those days where I usually try to negotiate with myself, like, okay, I don't want to do anything. I don't feel inspired. So I refer to my to-do list. Would I be willing to chop wood, or, what am I willing to do? And it was like just literally nothing. And what I've learned over the years is sometimes it feels so much better to just call it. Instead of just keep pushing, say, okay, this is the day when I'm not going to do anything. So I actually watched a movie and I ate a bunch of carbs because I don't normally eat carbs, but I felt like I needed a treat because I did this adult thing. So yeah, watched a movie right in the middle of the day. It was all right.
Why not? Yeah. I mean, I feel like that's every day. I just want to not do anything. So that works. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, there's that ambivalence. There's like an animal inside of me that wants to do nothing. But then if I actually did that every day, I wouldn't really be happy. So
yeah, that's true. Yeah, you're tracking that. That's a good thing to track.
Yeah.
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 What's more worthwhile for your happiness over time?
Well, it just doesn't feel good,
Yeah, it doesn't. You're right. Yeah.
Just give in to, hedonism day after day.
Yeah, you feel like shit. Yep, I agree.
Yeah. So I'm back into productivity today. I've got lots of chores and appointments. So.
But you feel okay with having done that yesterday because of this situation, right? You don't feel bad about it, or you do kind of.
I mean, no, I don't feel too bad. Like in terms of the carbs, like I didn't sleep very well. My resting heart rate is higher today, and I didn't sleep very well just because of all of the carbs in my blood. So that's not ideal, but there's no point in feeling guilty about it because overall I'm disciplined. I usually have like I try to limit my cheat days to two days in a month, and family dinner is one of them. When we go have family dinner once a month. And so this month will be different because I had this like extra, weird. Yeah, but there's no point in feeling guilty about it.
Yeah, no point. That's true.
Yeah.
And there is a point in feeling good about getting your taxes done. So
Mhm.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I just have a week to to come up with, like, how am I gonna actually pay this bill?
Oh yeah.
But it'll be okay.
Like, how does it work over there? Like, you're not. Are you making enough income to be taxed? Like, I don't want to get into your finances and put it all online and stuff, but
Oh, yeah, I'm below the poverty level, which
right.
means, I have because I live in Oregon, I have health insurance, which is amazing. I don't pay
Nice.
anything for health insurance. I'm also really healthy, so I don't yeah,
Yeah.
I don't need it until I do. But,
Right. Yeah. Yet.
I'll always owe because I'm self-employed. So,
Mm.
you know, yeah, there's no way around it. You owe if
And
you
if you're with a company, then you pay it through the company. Like they
Yeah, they
take it
just
off
take
the
it
paycheck.
out.
Yeah.
Yeah, they would take it out of every paycheck.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I have worked. I was just thinking about that, like thinking about 3 stuff. So I feel like there's an ambivalence again. And I've been thinking about ambivalence a lot, but there's 2 opposing forces, the OE and then the specialization. And so I do feel like I have a lot of that specialization energy, but um there's the OE and like the stubbornness about doing it my own way in terms of self-employment, and
Yeah.
so that was one thing I got caught up on trying to decide what social type I was. If I was really a 3, wouldn't I just be happy to go work for someone else because of that security thing, you know?
Yeah. I mean, I that's one of the things I did is I went to work for somebody else because I just didn't want to have to deal with all of the extra stuff that goes around with being self-employed.
It's
Yeah.
hard.
Like the taxes stuff, for example.
Yeah.
Or like, yeah.
And when they first came out with that and they were saying responsibility last, I just felt so insulted because I have taken responsibility for so many things,
Right. Right. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
learning,
No, that was a bad coinage
yeah,
there.
like
Yeah.
building a website and doing the advertising myself. I mean, I have to wear a lot of hats.
Right. Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
Um, so I think that, yeah, I have taken a lot of responsibility in a lot of ways compared to someone who would maybe just choose the track of working for someone else.
Mhm. Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. But, like, your website, for example, is it a half-ass website, or did you actually yeah, exactly. So that's the
Oh,
specialized.
well, I mean, it's a like a plug and play thing. I mean, it's not like I didn't do the coding myself or anything. It's
Right, but you took your time to do it right, like, you wouldn't just
yeah.
it's up to your
Yeah.
standards.
Yes, yes, and I add to it. It has video, it has all kinds of stuff on it. And before I was typed,
Can you put it in the chat? Can I take a look at it?
yeah, you can look at it yeah. Do I need the HTTP? Yeah, maybe.
Whatever, I'll figure it out. Just give me what you got and I'll
When I first before I was type, I reached out to Dave and
Mhm.
just for like business coaching because this is the only like my life is great. Love my life. I don't need a lot of money, but I would like a little bit more to live above the poverty line.
Right.
And so I reached out to Dave for that and he looked at my website and I think like he knew I was an ENFP and I didn't, have my official type yet, but I think he was expecting it to be way less organized and he was like, this is actually pretty good. He mentioned something like he was expecting it to be not as good as it is. It in a way it's really basic. It's functional, you know.
Yeah.
But the SI is very very strong and the automations that I have going in my business are really solid and that's partially because of the feminine TE. I don't like setting boundaries face to face, so I do them electronically behind the scenes.
What does that mean, setting boundaries electronically?
Well, like it's not a same day service and I don't need to tell people that over and over again. It's just
Right.
you cannot, you have to book within like the 24 hours at least. And other things like that, just, when they book, the information they get helps guide the process so that they arrive at the right place and follow the right procedures. And I don't have to say that stuff over and over again. It's just automated.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, it's nice. And I don't. Do you get a lot of traffic? We can put it. I'll add it to the description if that's cool. I don't
Yeah.
know if you have
Sure.
traffic.
I so what works to my advantage is the specialization, because if you Google massage, it's going to be harder to find me. But
Right.
people who Google ashiatsu specifically, there's not very many of us in this town, and so
I see.
that's sort of a lazy way that I don't have to. I don't even do after when the pandemic came, I stopped doing Instagram because it was such a burden to post all the time, and like posting videos with like models on the table while I'm doing the work.
Yeah.
And it doesn't really work. I have a trading partner. She gives me a 2-hour barefoot massage every month, and I do her, and we trade back and forth. And she puts a lot of energy into her Instagram. And I asked her, "Do you ever get traffic do people come to you from Instagram?" And she said, "No, not really." And I was like,
Yeah.
"Well, that's a lot of work to put in for something that's
Yeah.
not working."
I mean, it's strange because so I know of somebody who's doing something similar, and then the Instagram thing, they get followers for other reasons, not for that. And then
Hmm.
they were doing TikTok for a while. Then all of a sudden, one of her videos just blew up, and then she got a whole bunch of traffic.
Hmm.
It's like you never know when that happens. But
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, and there's a lot of, kind of, I think, 3 energy with me, feeling like it's all mysterious and sometimes you get lucky. That's really what it feels
right.
like, because I've listened to business coaches who are 2s, and they're like, "You gotta have this scam, do this
Yeah,
scam and this
right,
scam will work." And if that is outside of my integrity, whatever they're saying, or like my FI cannot get on board with that scam,
right.
uh then it doesn't work. And so, like, last week, I was super busy, and I made a really good, normal adult amount of money within the first, 7 days of
Oh,
the month.
congrats.
Yeah, it
Good.
felt amazing. It just feels, I love to work, so it feels good to be busy. Um, but it feels so mysterious. It doesn't feel like I did that, I made that happen, because
Yeah,
I've tried a lot of things, and some things that people say, "If you do this, it will work," and then it doesn't. And
yeah,
so
right. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
it just kind of feels, and even like, where does money come from? In my life, it's a lot of surprise cash windfalls that I didn't earn. Just, like the house that we're inheriting. It's like,
Right.
yeah, I didn't make that happen. It was like a gift, you know?
I mean, yeah. I mean, you're getting by. You're getting what you need to get by. I guess
Mhm.
that's
Yeah, and
nice.
if I didn't have any debt at all, I'd be perfectly comfortable because I don't need a lot of
Right.
money. It's just my
Yeah.
debt that's really,
So one of
dragging.
the things I see specialized people really do well in their marketing, at least, is just teaching like specialized, like little tricks that only a specialist would know.
Yeah.
So yeah, because like I don't know, you see the twos trying the teaching racket and the teaching game, and it's just all the same information. It's just all
Mhm.
the basic stuff. But then like when you see the threes teaching, they're going into like one little nuance of the info, and
Yeah.
it's yeah,
Yeah.
and yeah, and so that way like okay, maybe you're not going to get customers from that, but you'll get other people who are trying to learn ashiatsu that are coming to you to get
Mhm.
that little info. Yeah, but I don't
Yeah.
know.
I get that a lot too because I've had my business since 2008, and so I get other new massage therapists, reaching out to me saying like, "Your presence is awesome. You're like my business presence and my website. I wanna learn some of your tricks because you're crushing it." And I'm like, "I'm not crushing it." I'm like, "I know it looks good. I know that it's very professional and clean,
Right.
but doesn't mean it works."
Yeah. Yeah, I mean it's rough. It's rough for everybody now too, and I think like your kind of business is going to take a hit more too in these times, but it's actually really cool that you did okay this month so far.
Mhm. Yeah, so
Yeah.
far. Are you getting into your new work and enjoying it?
Not yet. It's going to be a little bit of a long process to actually get into it, but
Hmm.
yeah. I mean, my current job is nice because I have a lot of leeway as to most of the time as to whenever there's like we get into these like stress places where I need to do like three different things in three different departments and that gets stressful. But for the most part, I can like even just pick my own hours, leave early for to see my kids and stuff like that. In the new place, I won't have that, so
Mm,
it'll be adjusting. But
yeah.
yeah,
Hmm. So where are all your guitars?
all my guitars I
They're
got.
not hanging on the wall behind you like they are in all the ENFP videos.
Which ENFPs have guitars hanging?
It's like sometimes when you're doing typing videos, there's like ENFPs have
Oh, right,
guitars
right,
hanging on
right,
the wall behind them.
right.
Like I've got a whole collection over here.
Yeah, yeah. Do
Yeah.
you want to show some off? What are they all about?
They're just yeah. I mean that black one is just a pawn shop guitar. It's all right. That Ibanez jazz style is pretty cool. I have a tube amp, and this is a new classical, but it's driving me crazy because I classical strings hardly ever break. And one morning I came in here and just a string was broken. So I was like, okay, I'll replace all the strings because I just got this guitar. I don't know how long it was living in the shop,
Right.
and how old the strings are. And for some reason, the nylon keeps slipping out and it's driving me crazy. So I did a
What
special
does that
tie.
mean, slipping out?
It's slipping out from the winder.
Oh, from the winder.
Maybe because like the plastic is so smooth because it's new, or
Yeah.
and I even I tied it, but I get really tense and I sweat when I tune a guitar up. It's kind of like how I'm afraid of balloons, because you're blowing them up and then I just have like I'm a very neurotic, nervous person. Like sensory
Right.
makes me nervous. So two times I've been cranking it up and it slips out. And it's not metal, so it's not gonna. The metal
It,
ones are even scarier because the tension's higher. But
it's not the winding mechanism that's slipping, it's the actual string that slips.
the string is too buttery. It just keeps
Yeah.
like
And you tried to
unwinding.
crease it? You tried to crease the string where it's being turned?
Well, I actually did a lot of research and I did like a
Oh, did
fancy
you?
classical tie. I learned
Oh,
like,
okay.
okay, how to, when, because some people tie them, some people they don't. And I had an old classical Alvarez that was my mom's guitar that she got when she was 15. And I gave it back to her because she had an interest in it. And that guitar never had that issue. I never tied the strings, it never slipped.
Yeah. Can I see what you did? What kind of tie you did?
Oh, I don't know if it'll show up on. Um,
Let's see if we can try to.
um, I don't. Well, I don't know if you would be able to see it.
Well, let's see.
Where's my camera? So
Okay, yeah, yeah.
wait. Oh no! It's this middle one that I did the new tie on. Okay.
I see how it turns. Okay.
Yeah. And so
Okay.
yeah, I just like wrapped it and tied it. Yeah, and I did go through some stupid girl stuff with my tying because, spatial things are difficult for me. So the first few times I tied it, it made me feel really dumb, you know. I mean,
Yeah.
especially since I've been playing since I was 12. This whole process has made me feel so stupid. Like, what is wrong with me? Why can't I get these strings on?
Well, I mean, I'm sure I'm really dumb in anything, so sensories. You're allowed to be dumb somewhere.
Yeah, but I bet
Yeah.
you understand knots, better than me.
Yeah, I mean, you don't need a knot for a guitar. You just sort of wind the string over top
Yeah,
the part that's sticking out,
that's what I've
and, it,
always done. Yeah.
and that tension is enough to hold it. But
Yeah, that's what I've always done, but apparently sometimes people do tie classical
cool.
strings. I guess that's the reason because they're just so buttery, they just can slip right out.
Yeah.
Mm. So when did you start playing?
Oh wow, long time ago. But I'm not like I'm not that good, and I'm not practicing every day. I'm not, it's just something that I can pick up and play when I feel like I
Yeah.
need to release emotions, I guess, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, me too. I mean, I've been playing since I was 12, and
Oh wow.
I could be really good if I played every day, but I don't.
Yeah, it
And
wasn't my specialize exactly. Yeah.
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 Yeah, and it just and I've always been, I mean, I was born into a musical situation. So I always sang,
Hmm.
like
Born into a musical situation.
yeah. Well, my name Annie is after a John Denver song,
Right.
Annie's
Right.
song. Yeah. It's kind of cheesy and dated, but yeah, grew up listening to John
You told
Denver.
me my music sounds like John Denver, right? Isn't that what you said?
Uh-uh.
That wasn't you?
No. I don't
Okay.
think I don't think it does.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Me neither. But I think someone told me. Whatever.
Yeah. Yeah. Mm. Yeah,
So
my dad always played piano, and so, like, I could always sing, I was born, just singing on pitch, just
nice.
pretty naturally, yeah.
And you write stuff too, or
Yeah, some. Yeah, I don't yeah, the songs just come when they come. I don't really sit
right?
down and try to do it, although I have thought about it. I have been very inspired by that guy that I mentioned, Steven Wilson Jr., and I'm listening to his music more, and you were saying he looks like could be on the NESI axis, and the more
Yeah, I
I
think
listen
he is.
to
Yeah.
it, like, not necessarily the song that I sent to you, because that one stands out on his album, is there's something slightly different about it, but his lyrics are very, like, sensory, 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 and then the metaphor, and it's more like showing, not telling, and that's very much how my writing is, because I write, just
Yeah.
short, personal essays, and it's just like, I'm not there's a metaphor, but I'm not saying it. It's just I'm giving the sensory details, and that reveals the metaphor.
Yeah. Yeah. He also looks like he could be maybe an NTP or something like that.
He's and if you ever watch interviews, he's very very mopey and terrified. So it made me think, like, is this a decider? I mean, he's
Could
just
be. Yeah.
really really fearful.
Yeah. Yeah. You don't ever get those fearful states if you were to be interviewed, or you do, you don't?
I remember when you interviewed me, I watched some of your videos, and I was scared because you're a smart guy. Because it's like, I think I'm a yeah, just I feel like you might poke holes in my logic, or, like, just
Oh,
intellectually, like, run circles around me, and I wouldn't be able to keep up, and it would make me feel stupid, and also just the NF, of me,
so
my
don't
part
tell anybody, but I'm used to dumber people than you, so we're
okay, uh, like, my partner is very,
Yeah, you
frustrated.
said you had a high IQ too, yeah.
Yeah, he does, but he's very frustrated with my NF sometimes, and I remember on your when we did the interview, you're talking asked me something like, "Does it bother you if you're not right?" or something, and I was like and then somehow that led to talking about, like, what is true, what is right, and, um, what is true and what isn't true, and I said some NF thing like, "Well, we're only about perception, like, we don't even know if we're perceiving correctly, we don't even really know what gravity is or how it works, so,
Right.
like, and I just felt like when I say that kind of thing, my partner gets really frustrated with me. Um,
It is a bit dismissive, maybe that's what it
yeah,
is? Yeah?
yeah, yeah, because he's like, "Well, okay, but we live in this reality, and this is my framework. This is a framework that I'm operating from, so now you're just being ridiculous," you know?
Right, right. But, like, so I don't think so. Yeah, this is something that I would have probably been a bit more also sensitive to without knowing OPS a little bit or knowing Jungian typology a little bit. Because like it doesn't matter how much he shares his framework, you're not constructing an NITI. Like
Mhm.
you're not. Yeah, it's never gonna become a worldview the way it is for him. I think
Mhm.
so. So it's gonna be hard to take it seriously. I think on your side, and it's gonna be hard to feel seen on his side. If that makes
Mhm.
sense. And I'm sure the reverse math is true too with your FISI. I have no clue how to align with that kind of thing.
Mhm.
Do you feel like that's hard to get him to align or to feel seen there?
I don't know, like, what would it look like? What does it look like to not?
I mean, okay, so like you've got your earrings that you're working on, just as an example, right? And
Mhm.
so there's like that's very FISI, your earrings. Like they're very and yeah, he probably just doesn't get it the way that you get it.
What he doesn't get is how I lock into these modes where I'll make the same thing over and over again. That's what he
Mhm.
doesn't understand. But it's also kind of I think yeah, I asked him, "What does he like about me?" And he said, "You just get so focused," and I really admire that. You just and also if you have a problem in your art, you just keep trying and you solve it.
Yeah, that's specialized. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just keep trying.
Yeah.
I was seeing this thing, the guy who cracked the blue LED, uh, figured out the blue LED. Every single day he was getting up at like crack of dawn, going home, and it was for like something like 8 years straight, just doing the same thing over and over again until he finally got it.
Mhm.
Like that's dedication. Yeah.
Yeah, and I've gone through so much of that with my art. When I first started my Etsy store, what I was trying to do was completely different, printing photographs on fabric using UV light, and then I mean, there is a process where you can print cyanotype on ceramics, and I just became obsessed with it and never could figure it out, but I did eventually learn how to print photographs on ceramic, but not using the cyanotype process. But yeah, it's almost like manic when I get locked on to
Yeah.
something, and I would get up. Sometimes I get a lot of solutions in my dreams, and so I would get out of bed at 2 in the morning and come over here to my office because I had an idea and I have to try it in the middle of the night to see if it works. So
I was also processing that thing that you said about your partner where like you don't get what he gets out of being with you.
mhm,
And yeah, I think that's like just a general thing where like I'm sure he feels the same way
mhm.
where because like what you provide him to you is just obvious and just simple, but to him it's just like mystical, magical. I have no idea what this is, but you're doing it, so thank you. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
yeah,
Right.
yeah. Yeah, what he does for me is, it's just, eh, very easy to name. It's like, makes me feel safe, you know?
Right.
Um, but there's like there's a specific I don't this will sound really NF, but there's just like a specific frequency of masculine energy that he has that makes me feel safe. Um, but he fixes things,
Yeah.
you know.
Well, there, that right there. So, like, why couldn't there be a specific frequency of feminine energy that makes
Yeah.
him feel loved or whatever, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. I'm sure there is that. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so we have this. Do you do the weekly typings at all? We're typing. I don't even know who that is. He's a comedian. That's what this guy
Ye
says.
yeah, I looked.
I'll put it back up. Taylor
Oh, yeah,
Taylor
yeah, I know her. Yeah.
Tomlinson. Ah,
Yeah.
okay, all right.
Yeah, I don't do those as much as I should. Just
Yeah.
'cause there's so much consume, you know, it's hard to get to everything.
Yeah. The typing videos are nice because it's all right there. This one, you actually have to go searching for it, finding
Mhm,
good videos, yeah.
mhm, yeah. But Taylor Tomlinson, she's funny.
Okay,
Yeah.
good.
I mean, yeah.
Let's look her up and I'm thinking maybe I'm gonna have to, like, prepare something every time just in case there's nothing to talk about. Why is my keyboard not working? Yeah, my keyboard's not working.
Is it like a battery situation or a
No,
charging
it's I'm just gonna
situation?
have to unplug it and plug it back in. The lights are on, but yeah, here it is. Oh, okay, yeah, I know her. I've seen her clips of her stuff.
Yeah, she's not my favorite, but I'll take any kind of LOLs, you know?
Yeah,
She's good for I love laughing, so
yeah.
she's alright.
I mean, she seems like she would be just a normal ESFP type. I don't know. Maybe ENFP, I don't know. Double feminine-ish. Do you ever read on her at all?
Mm, uh, I mean, in terms of looks like, yeah, I guess I would agree with what you're saying, but I haven't really, I haven't thought about it, you know?
Yeah.
And I consume so much, like, the last time I watched one of her shows was too many consumes ago. I can't even remember.
Yeah. She's way too comfortable to be a decider. I would be surprised if she came back a decider.
Yeah. Yeah, that would make sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You wanna jump on, Eureka? I don't know. Who do we have? We have you. You can come. Um, yeah. How's the CRG stuff going?
Good. We're typing someone and we have an meeting on the 20th. So, and I
Yeah.
like, yeah, I'm just enjoying. There's something very lovable about the guy we're typing.
Oh,
So,
cool. Yeah, it's always nice.
I just love hearing people's stories. That's my favorite thing about all of this typing stuff is like watching interviews and just hearing how
Interesting.
people perceive things, you know. It's way more interesting to me than type. It's just,
Yeah.
you know, reading them, I guess, in a different way. I mean, the typing is interesting, but just like understanding what their motivations are and their struggles.
Yeah, I was gonna ask that, like, you're trying to empathize with them as you're hearing them?
Yeah. Well, yeah, you can't turn that off. I mean, I can't.
You can't.
Yeah, I can't turn that off. I mean, that just
Right.
That's just a program that's running in the background. I'm just
Right.
emphasizing,
You're not an STIP. Yeah.
yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, I have to actually consciously put effort into doing that. And you're
Oh,
just like, it's running in the background. That's cool.
yeah, I just love people. There's nothing like I can't even put a finger on why I love the person we're typing. Just the energy, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, so also don't tell anybody. But yeah, sometimes when you just don't like the guy too that you're typing, you can have a nice shared laugh at their expense with your typing group, I guess.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, it's just like, yeah, pointing things out. Like, yeah, you remember when he said like this? That was so,
Right.
whatever. Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
But it's weird too, because like everyone's gonna pick out something else that's kind of weird to them.
Hmm.
And I think that's also like an interesting way to type. It's like, why is he more weird to you than he is to me? Sort of
Yeah,
thing. Yeah.
yeah.
Have you still been processing free will?
Not really. I
No.
mean, off and on throughout my whole life. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
No. Uh, well, no. I mean, I guess what I've thought about it before is like, so like if I throw a ball at your face, you catch it, you know, and then you're not planning on catching it. It's just like a reflex. It just happens. But
Right.
then you take that and you say, if you catch the ball, I'm a good catcher. I'm good at catching. So then that's, you're making the thing that happened your identity, but the thing happened before you didn't decide to catch the ball. You just caught it. So like stuff is happening and it's kind of the way the brain works is that
Mhm.
stuff happens before we're consciously deciding.
That's interesting because I would never make like a sensory thing like that my identity, but it might be an SI thing to make
Oh,
that
yeah.
that kind of thing. I don't. I'm just asking.
Well, I'm just thinking about how like experience happens, your life happens, and you take all of these points, and that builds your identity. But maybe there's something
Right.
prior to that,
So
like
yeah, your experience is your introverted functions.
mm, yeah.
So yeah, your experience would be your identity.
But I also think there's something prior to that. So like I have,
What? That okay? Yeah. Go ahead.
um,
Sorry.
well, I guess what we were also talking about before is like when I was 3 years old, or my oldest memory, like I was me, you know, um,
Yeah.
with different experiences, say, but there's just a me that is primary, that has nothing to do with
With the
any of these
experience.
things that I've taken and built this like ego identity with. You know what I
Right.
mean?
So the experience adds to that, or it's
Mm, well, I think we all have egos and identity that we interact with each other, and it's sort of just like the clothes that we wear, because if we didn't, we would all be naked. We would be, and you add these things to your costume as you go through life, and it's the experience you have. Like, I am a person who believes this, I'm a person who does this, and you're taking all these things and building this persona, but there's something before that, something more essential.
so I identify with the something before that, but all of the making experiences your identity is very foreign to me. Like that's not how my
Mm.
functions relate to identity. Yeah, it's really
Oh,
interesting.
huh.
Yeah,
So what
because
is your
SF is the experience.
so what does it look like though? What is your identity built out of?
Um, yeah, definitely the NT, definitely the intellectual side.
Hmm.
Whatever's detached from the experience. Like I feel like you could pick me up and take me out of the world, or like, get rid of experience altogether, and I would still be me.
Oh yeah.
And
Mhm.
the experience doesn't add or subtract from who I am. Like
Mm.
it's yeah.
Yeah. I mean I feel that too. Like my thoughts, uh, the way that I perceive and come to conclusions is also uh yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure if I know what I'm trying to say.
That's okay.
Yeah.
I'm no, I'm just trying to process the difference between the quadra, right? So like
Mhm.
that's definitely something. It's also confirming the NT that I already have on that, so it's nice to hear it as well. Yeah.
Yeah, and if the same events happen to someone else, they would extrapolate something different from it.
See, the thing is, like, I'm not extrapolating things from experience,
Yeah.
but I feel like no matter what you would be experiencing, so this is my personal thing, no matter what I would be experiencing, I would be extrapolating something from that. And the experience doesn't lead to it doesn't yeah, it doesn't add to my identity. What I'm extrapolating does.
Hmm.
That's different for you, I guess.
I don't know, I still feel like it's both.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to think about it.
Okay.
There's some, like, very, fine distinction there
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
yeah.
So Eureka seems to be doubting your type, or I don't know. He's
A lot of people do.
yeah, eh?
Yeah.
Because I guess you have a bit more introverted vibe.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe not as silly as some ENFPs.
Yeah, that's the archetype stereotype. And I
Yeah.
agree, some of them are that.
Mhm.
Some of them are silly, but not every ENFP is going to be a Weird Al Yankovic, you know?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I do relate to him with the SI stuff. I mean, not specifically around grammar, but other
Right.
things. Yeah.
Yeah, he does do a lot of that grammar stuff.
Mhm. Yeah.
There was a funny one where he was laughing at Eminem's sensory. Eminem he was just running circles around Eminem's sensory.
Mhm.
Just I guess it's just a funny way how the SI is way better than the SE in certain things.
Mhm.
Yeah, I wonder what here, maybe I can pull that one up. Um, that guy's been around forever.
Yeah.
Let's see if I can pull it up in the transcript. I don't want to watch the whole thing. Um, there's a way to look at the transcript, I'm sure. Oh, it doesn't have it. So like he didn't actually interview Eminem. He's just this is what he does. He pretends to interview people. People are doing that now with AI, and they're just having fake interviews with people, but he actually
Yeah.
had to go through and take all the clips.
Video They should be able to artistically express themselves and just do it.
Um,
I'm just busting your chops. I know you said I couldn't do a video for my Lose Yourself parody, but hey, it's your choice.
yeah, exactly. So
Just between you and me, though, don't you think my version of the song is just a little bit better?
Anyway, there was a part here where he's talking about how like not that many things rhyme with orange, and
Mm,
then Weird Al just starts listing off like door hinge, like a whole bunch of stuff that rhyme with orange, one after another.
yeah.
Yeah, just like it's funny how the SI would run circles like that around the
Hmm.
like. I guess maybe you're not. I don't know. Maybe you are, but like how is rhyming for you? Easy, hard?
It's easy.
Yeah,
I kind of don't like it sometimes. I have something against rhyming. I mean, it's cool when it's really clever and awesome, but sometimes in pop music, I'm like,
yeah.
"Oh, you made a rhyme. Good
You
job."
made a rhyme. Good
Just
job.
it's not, you know.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah. Yeah, just like yeah, in poetry and lyrics and stuff. Like I need it to be really good. Um, if it's not
yeah,
good,
yeah.
it's cringy.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you have any good rhymes that you remember that stand out to you as clever?
Uh,
No.
yeah, I don't know if this is like a feminine anything, but or maybe this is just maybe it's just a giving an example thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, just that's really, really hard for me.
I mean, for me too, if I were to ask myself that question, I'd just be like, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
No. But I'm not tracking that in an SI way, I guess. So I was just
Mhm.
wondering maybe you are too.
I mean, I appreciate it when I'm listening to it. I mean, like again, just that same album I've been listening to every day for so
Right.
long. I think that the it's just lyrically very good. So there are a lot of clever things in there that I like
Yeah. Do you do the rhymes in your own stuff?
in my music.
Yeah.
Yeah, but sometimes they're what's it called when it's a close rhyme, but it's not. I forget. There's a word for that in literary. Yeah. The other thing is I can't recall my lyrics unless I have a guitar in my hand and I'm singing.
Yeah, I got the same thing. It's hard to remember lyrics and even chords and stuff.
Yeah.
I don't know how people do it. I guess they just practice a lot to get it all down.
Yeah.
Here, I think I found the spot. Um, can you hear it?
um,
Yeah.
last year,
Questions you want to ask me?
how many times can you rhyme, tearing me apart, breaking my heart?
Well, let's see. Homer and Bart, medical chart, strawberry tart, served a la carte, back to the start, postmodern art, plastic lawn dart, missing a part, Humphrey Bogart, lighting a fart, and blue light specials each day at Kmart. 11.
Yeah, like stuff like that.
Hmm. Okay, so I'm remembering. So there's some line in my song. Um, you prayed for this. Are you surprised what you got? Baby cries and the milk drips. So it's like when you're praying to God, praying like so it's sort of rhymey, but it's not a solid rhyme. It's a close rhyme, you know.
Yeah, and it's not like just basic words too. It's yeah.
And there's yeah, and so there's a whole metaphor in there
Yeah, you
about
get exactly, yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, it's cheesy when like they clearly just added this line in that has nothing to do with anything to make a rhyme.
yeah.
It doesn't contribute to the yeah.
Yeah, so
Music.
this is like saying talking about how, you pray for this, you pray for that because you know better than God does. So you're
Right.
praying for stuff and then that metaphor of of the baby crying and then, the lactation. That's what happens to women when babies cry. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Like when
That is good.
when you have an infant and your baby cries,
Mhm.
you know,
Yeah.
it biological things happen. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Sort of like the Pavlov's bell too, where you got the dogs to salivate when he rings the bell.
Yeah.
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 So, further doubting your type must be tortured to listen to the same album over and over again. So I don't think that's true. I think that's for SE. Yes, SE wants new sensory.
Yeah.
SI likes the habit and the comfort. Like,
I'm so routine to
yeah,
and the routine changes, but there's always some kind of anchor, a schedule that anchors me.
yeah.
And it can change over time. And if you talk to me in 1 year, it might be a different album that I'm stuck on. It's just, and
Mhm.
this one has 23 songs, and most of them are good. They're not all my favorites, but there's like several favorites. Yeah.
But like even like the art you're doing, like the earrings or whatever,
Hmm.
I would get bored doing the same piece of art over and over again. But
Hmm.
for someone with SI, it should be more like a comfort thing, doing the same thing, like a relaxing,
Hmm.
you know?
It is, yeah. It's comforting and it improves the skill. I'm doing something with my hands. It gets better over time.
Yeah.
Yeah, and sometimes I'll think there's no more new ways to do this, and then I'll have an idea and I'll try the new way, and then
Oh wow.
do that a whole bunch. Yeah.
Yeah, for me it would be more hit and miss. I don't think I would see myself improve. I would see, randomly I would get a better one and randomly I would get a worse one, and overall maybe the average would improve, but
Hmm.
yeah. And so for you, you're seeing no, it's improving
Oh yeah.
everyone.
Hmm.
Wow.
Yeah, and my just my kinesthetic skills. I used to break a lot of those earrings, and now I hardly
Right.
ever do. And I'm just they're extremely fragile, and I'm just very adept.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it must have been something that wasn't easy at first too.
Oh, it's so hard. The number of problems that I had to solve to figure this out, and other because of that shrinkage issue, other ceramic artists have messaged me like, "How did you do this? How did you figure this out?" Yeah, I had to solve a lot of problems, and I started this.
Really?
I started this project when I was 23, maybe 25.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like, the first version, it was so unsophisticated, um,
Wow.
compared to what I'm doing now, and so not exact. It was me just trying to get it without using the math and the calipers. Just
Right.
trying to get it, and, you have to use the math or it doesn't work.
Yeah, not exact. Yep.
Yeah.
It's crazy how it all. So I wonder how much of that is SI and how much of that is specialized, but it seems like they both work together in some way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and I think like I was thinking about this, like an SE potter. You know how potters do production and they're making coffee cups, and they're just making the cups, and they're all the same. How did they do that? You know? And then there's other potters that actually would use more measuring things to get it, more exact.
Mhm.
But some potters, they're just doing it by feel. They just made 20 12-ounce coffee cups, and they're
And
all
they're all identical.
really
Yeah.
close. Yeah.
Yeah. So what do you think about that then? Like they're both specialized, they're both SI, they're
Mm, I don't know. I mean,
okay.
one potter might be a specialist, another one it could just be a hobby, or
Yeah.
yeah, I don't know.
I don't know what parts I have and why it's like this, but I would want to make a different one every time. I would never want to make the same one twice.
Mhm.
I don't even know if I would be able to make the same one twice unless I was specifically measuring and making molds like the way you're doing. Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah, production pottery without molds stresses me out because I want them to be the same. That's why I love mold making. I mean, if I won the lottery, I would get into 3D printing because you can so you 3D print to like very exact specifications, you know, the
Yeah.
11 or whatever percent larger than what you want the thing to be, and then you make a plaster mold.
Mm-hmm.
All that is very intimidating though. I mean, I guess if I won the lottery, I'd hire someone to teach me how to use the program. You know, you have to, like,
Right.
all that
Yeah.
stuff.
But yeah, like once you got the design done. So my dad does something similar. He's working on a computer case, but he's been working on a computer case for like 3 years now. And he taught himself all the CAD software and just version 1, version 2, version 3. He's an INTP, so he's
Mhm,
also got that SI in there. And it's just like the patience and the dedication to the same thing, like getting it just to be just right.
mhm,
They legalized like marijuana in Canada, so he did the same thing. He made himself like a little grow thing because his partner has like I don't know, that was prescribed for a while. So he made himself a little grow house, and the same thing, like just how perfect can you make like you can't just do it. You've got to make it better every time. It's
mhm.
just not, yeah. Uh, it's like something. It's like an itch that you have to scratch. Like if it's not perfect, you got to go back and do it again. I don't know,
Mm.
improve on
Yeah,
it.
my partner's very innovative in, like, making things really elegant. Um, I honestly don't know, like, what if it's TE and not TI? I don't know. Like, what if he is an ENTJ? I get
Yeah,
but yeah, I don't know. But
I was looking at more like the SI part of it, the
right, yeah.
exacting nature of it, how it has
Yeah,
to be all perfect.
my partner doesn't need to be exact, but the solutions are elegant. Like, he has the greenhouse and he's grown in the past and he'll do the THC stuff for him for his sleepy time, and then he does a CBD for me, uh,
Right.
for my sleepy time because the I used to smoke every day, all day long, and I just can't do the THC anymore. It just gives me too many ideas. I don't need more ideas.
Yeah.
Um,
It's honestly, it's pretty rare that I see cannabis use for any users being a positive thing,
hmm.
to be
I
honest.
you know I think maybe it used to be, and then when I met Russ, it was just this whole feeling like this one's important, and I stopped smoking because I felt like I needed to be sober because we were
Mhm.
both like we would go to the dog park every day, and I didn't have his number, he didn't have mine, but it was so obvious because we live on separate sides of the park. We were arriving at the same time. It was so obvious we were going there to see each other, like night after night for several months before I ever even had his number. But there was just something in me that like it felt so important, and I just needed to be completely sober. I needed to have a clear mind. So I haven't really
Yeah.
smoked since then.
How did it affect you?
Stopping or
Or yeah, no, in general. It's
oh
also an interesting thing on how it affects cognition in general, because it does affect cognition.
oh yeah. Well, I would get just so many ideas, but maybe like way too much into concept land, and um just like fantasizing about different things, work stuff or relationship stuff or whatever.
It made you more play or more like, could you describe it from an OP lens?
Hmm. If it was play, it was inside my own mind,
Okay,
you
yeah, yeah.
know. Um
So more consumed then.
yeah. Uh yeah. And just yeah, I mean ideas, seeing things from a different perspective and um
Mhm.
getting really philosophical and like thinking, like maybe thinking deeper, in a certain direction for a long time. I would,
Ooh, more NI like.
yeah, yeah, I think so. Like probably organizing But then I could be doing that, and then there's a firework over here that goes off into something else. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to sort of follow the train wherever it leads, or
Mhm.
yeah.
Yeah, and so I didn't understand NI when I first came to OPS. I thought I had NI because everything is connected. I mean, I'm putting it in a basket. This is my basket, but my basket is as big as the universe. So
Right.
because everything's connected. So
Right.
yeah.
Yes. Okay, that's interesting how you perceive your NE.
Hmm.
Because I know how I perceive NE, but how you perceive your own NE, you're describing it as a basket with the universe inside of it. Because I feel like NI is similar, but the universe condenses. Like it condenses really compact once you stick it inside your NI.
Hmm.
So it's not like a big basket. It's like the universe is it's actually pretty small and it's all in here. I don't
Mm.
know.
Yeah, I just feel like especially just like the longer that I am alive and learning things, it's just everything connects to everything else, which is very NE, but in a way I'm like thinking, isn't that the same as it all being in one? Yeah, I don't know.
Hmm. Yeah, no, because like I definitely hear all the NE users describing it that way, that everything is connected.
Hmm.
It's yeah, it's just all it's a network.
Hmm.
It's a network of ideas, and every idea fits into the network somewhere, somehow.
Hmm.
And then like the NE function is, I guess, figuring out what those connections are to some degree.
Yeah. Um Again, I'm like struggling to think of examples, but if you take like anything
Right.
and say like, what is this like? Like,
Hmm.
what is a basketball team like?
Hmm.
Then the NE will just be able to compare it to so many other things.
To anything, pretty much.
Yeah.
If I were to say, how is a basketball team like a telephone? Go.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe. Yeah. I have to think about that
Yeah.
one. But yeah. Yeah, that sort of thing.
Right.
Yeah. Hmm. So yeah, I have a question. So everybody says your name differently, and then a lot of people just say Ben because they don't
Yeah.
know how to say your name. So
That's okay.
if this isn't too personal, what does your mother call you?
I'm not that. But yeah. Yeah, just call me whatever. It's all good.
I know,
Ben,
but you
Benjamin.
won't say. Like, is that like?
My mother calls me a different name.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Completely different name.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Gotcha.
Um, yeah. So I think so. Like, what is like a basketball team like a telephone is something that maybe an NE would entertain, but it's not something an NI would entertain unless it actually is the same. Maybe that's the nuance.
Yeah.
Because NI is going to look for some things that are like very deeply the same at their core, right?
Mm-hmm.
And NE can make anything the same. Everything's the same as everything else, sort of thing.
Yeah. There's always a connection.
There's always a connection. Yeah, yeah.
And probably like entertaining more absurd things like that, that it's
Right. Yeah, yeah,
fun or meaningful to compare those ridiculous things.
yeah.
Yeah. Hmm. Well, is anybody else going to jump on this thing?
I would love it if this would take off at some point, but I'm here for a little while. We'll week after week, and I'm very appreciative of you for
Yeah.
actually. Yeah, thank you so much for jumping in.
Yeah.
You're always
I
welcome.
I wasn't sure if it'd be a good thing or a bad thing. I was thinking maybe like it would just get things going and then
Right.
yeah.
Yeah, maybe the time isn't right or whatever, but yeah, anybody who's watching is welcome to jump in and liven things up.
It's really different when you've got all the TI people on. Like last time I was listening.
Right.
Yeah, so many TIs on there.
Yeah, they were all TI.
Mhm.
It's kind of weird.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I liked a couple of things that you said on that time that stood out to me. I really loved when you were talking about the social type and like certain things that you just can't do, and it felt like rubbing your fur in the wrong direction.
Right.
I thought that was great, and that is very much a feeling for last animal and the social type. Like in the social type, there's just a wall. There's certain things. It's just a no go.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then the other thing you said
It
about the
feels wrong, yeah.
yeah, and you just can't. There's some things where it's just not going to happen. The other thing that you said about working on play is like when you think about someone ping them, and that is something I'm very bad at. I'm
Right.
thinking about my friend, my childhood friend from so long ago, and I'm enjoying all these warm thoughts about her, and I'm not just sending her a text. You know.
Yeah, yeah. I learned that from a play savior. Yeah, yeah. That's
Mhm.
and I'm still not doing it, but I gotta say, definitely gotta
Yeah,
start doing it. Yeah.
yeah.
Because like every so often I get a ping from somebody. I'm like, why did I get a ping from you? What's going on? What is like it didn't really make sense to me until I got that. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
So yeah, come join us. Interesting name. The link's in the description.
Cool. Yeah, well, if somebody else is coming on, I'm gonna go do chores and get ready for my appointment, but
Okay.
I
Well,
hope
yeah, appreciate. Yeah.
yeah, yeah, I hope you get some more people on and I'll be listening while I'm doing the chores. So,
Nice.
good to talk to you.
Good to talk to you too. Thank you. Here we go. What's up? Who is this? Who do we have here? Technical difficulties, I guess. No, can't hear you. There's a way to change your mic at the bottom. There's settings. You go to audio, and then you can select your mic. You know what? I'm actually hearing something, but it's like sounds like ghosts in the. It sounds like glitch actually, what you called yourself. Okay, working on it. Pokemon battles. I don't have anything planned, but do you have any suggestions? We can try to organize them. You want to see some drama? What's your thing doing? Your Eureka TV. How do I? Let me see if I can find you up on YouTube. Do you have something? Healthy discussion. Yeah, yeah. Let's see if I can find you up on YouTube. Go to my channel.
Does this work?
Oh, I hear you. I hear you.
Oh yeah, my microphone wasn't connected. I wasn't even
Oh, that'll
plugged
do it.
in.
That will do it.
Yo, what up?
What up? What up? So, have I met you before? Do we know each other?
No.
No. All right. Well, nice to meet you. How did we get you on our channel here?
I saw it on my YouTube recommended.
Nice.
Yeah.
So what's your it seems like you know about typology too.
I don't know, maybe.
Maybe what is it? This is you, right?
We'll see.
Any
Wait,
test,
what?
a salt shaker and a coat hanger are getting married. Which one is the bride and which one is the groom?
Oh right, yeah, I did say that. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
What's your answer?
I didn't ask her, but if she's listening, she can type it in.
Yeah, I want to know what you think though.
What I think, coat hanger
Yeah.
and a salt shaker.
Yeah. You gotta give a reason too.
I wouldn't even know how to process that. That's it's a good question though. It's a good NE test.
Yeah.
I mean, it's 50-50, right? Is there a right answer or it's just
Oh, there's no right answer. It's
yeah,
just
that's what I figured.
it's one of those like based off of how you answer, not
Exactly.
like,
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, what would you answer to this one?
Oh, I'd say the salt shaker. The salt shaker's the groom, and the coat hanger's the bride. Wait,
Salt shaker's the groom?
yeah, salt shaker's the groom because when you shake it, white stuff comes out, and so that's inappropriate.
Okay, I get it. Yeah.
Okay, we've got the salt shaker being the bride here, and some argument, a little bit of a debate.
I think
Yeah.
Annie's right. I would
You
go
think
with salt
Annie's right?
shaker as the bride, because the coat hanger can hold the pants in the relationship.
Oh my
Ooh,
god, that's good.
well, it can technically hold any article of clothing, but yes.
Yeah.
Yes, that's right.
Pass the any test. I failed it. I'm not any.
It sounds like you passed it too. You gave an answer. Someone who's not any, I don't know if they could.
Yeah. I'm not. Wait, I'm curious what you think my type would be in OPS. I don't think you know enough.
Where are you from in the typology kingdom?
Oh, I've been everywhere. Yeah, I've been in the
A little bit
community for
promiscuous.
years.
Yeah. You've been a little bit promiscuous in the typology kingdom?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I've left I've left a mark. I've left a reputation of I don't know. Just people have typed me pretty much everything. I've gotten a different type everywhere. I confuse people.
Oh, so he's an INFJ.
Well, I mean, I
think
would
like
like to tell you you're not that special. Anyone pretty much confuses people, and nobody types right, so everyone's going to give everyone a different type. But
yeah,
sorry to take that away from you.
no, yeah, I already know what my type is, but
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Okay.
I've been officially typed, but I'm curious what.
Oh, from OPS. All right, cool.
Yeah. Like
well, Have you made it public? Your type? Have
No.
you? No. Okay, that's good. Okay, so yeah, test us. Submit it to CRG, and we'll take a look at you, see how close we get.
What's
Do you agree with what you
CRG?
got? I'll send you a link. So, like, do you agree with your type?
Within the system, yeah.
Okay,
I
yeah,
agree.
yeah, that's the right answer. Cool. How you been, David? How'd your test go?
All right. All right. Oh yeah, the test was all right. Feminine SI failed me again.
Oh
Um,
yeah.
yeah, it was all right. I should have studied more instead of coming on to the panel. I'm just kidding. But maybe that's true. Maybe that's true a little bit.
Did you at least get the parsing question right?
I got the Parson question perfect. I could say
There
that.
you go.
Yeah, I just I'm processing the solar eclipse because I got to see that yesterday,
Okay.
and yeah, it was like one of the coolest things that I've seen like ever. And, you had to be there to kind of see it, and for it to get
That is
darker.
true.
Like it was, yeah, you had to be there to see. You had to get the proper SI experience. You can't just look at a
Right.
picture of it, right?
Yeah.
But
I
yeah,
know it
to
shocks
really
the animal kingdom too. Like the animals have no idea what's going on. Like they all get confused too.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, keep your dogs inside because they can get hurt by the sun. Close all the blinds. Yeah,
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's just really crazy. You could even see like the solar flares coming off of it. Like those things are like 500,000 kilometers, but you could see it coming off of it. And just to turn it, like the sun turns into white light, turns into fluorescent light, and that's like, or it's like, oh right, like I remembered, like the sun is white. It's not orange or it's not yellow. It's actually white. It's a
Well,
ball of white light.
it's got a whole spectrum of wavelengths coming off of it. Yeah.
Yeah,
Distributed spectrum.
yeah. And my favorite color though, I know I'm looking at colors here, but it's like there's like a hint of blue that was like in the sun and like the moon. And it was like this really cool, kind of like that stripe in your hat blue. It was like
Oh yeah.
it was really
Like sky
nice.
blue.
Yeah, yeah, sure, sky blue.
Right.
Or I don't know colors. Maybe it's like robin egg blue. Maybe that's better.
Oh, maybe, yeah. It could
I don't
be.
know. I'm not
Um,
visual. I'm halfway there though.
What's it called? It's called body radiation, yeah. Black body radiation. Here we go. Let me pull it up. So yeah, you got like these are all of the wavelengths down here. So these aren't colors, they're just wavelengths. And then like each wavelength will activate a different part of your eye. You've got three sensors in your eye that can pick up different colors. And so each one is going to activate the sensors different. So like if you could actually see the spectrum, TVs would be super weird because TVs are only
Yeah.
giving off 3 lights because they're just matching what our eyes are actually trying to pick up. Whereas like the actual light from the sun is giving off everything.
Yeah.
Same thing with like LED lights. Those would be like super weird if if yeah, you weren't human, if you could see everything.
Yeah, can't wait for it to happen again. I might have to travel to see it next time. This time I just had to walk out to my park, which is nice. And just you're looking at it with the glasses for like
Well, yeah,
an
it's
hour.
handy when it's in your backyard.
Yeah, I'm looking at it like for an hour with the solar glasses, and you
Right.
can see it slowly become more of like a sliver and a sliver and a sliver. And then like the second, like just over time, and it gets darker and it gets colder, and like there's like no cars on the road either. Like all
Right.
what I'm saying is like demon sensor. I'm just trying to like process what it felt like, just like experiencing it all. It was a
Experience,
quiet,
yeah.
and I was with friends, of course, and like the second like you looked at you saw like the sliver of sun, you could see nothing in your glasses, like when the moon fully covered it.
Right.
And then the moment like you take off the glasses and then you just see the moon and the sun like together like that. It's just I don't even know what to say. It was probably the coolest thing I've seen in like my entire life. So yeah.
Huh. Yeah. When did I see it? I saw it a while back when I was in Canada too. But yeah, you should be able to see, like, I don't think you can see the solar flares with the naked eye. You need the glasses, right, to see the solar flares?
No. When the moon was covering the sun, you could see the solar flares coming off of it.
Oh, okay. Like without the glasses.
Yeah, without the glasses. Yeah.
Oh, that's
They
cool.
were red. I remember it. Like they were red specifically, but
Okay,
the
yeah,
light from
that's
the sun.
so yeah, when you're seeing red, it's less dangerous to your eyes. The blue is more dangerous for your eyes.
The blue.
Yeah. It's higher energy. The red is lower energy.
Yeah, also what we talked about last time with the relative diameter, like it looks like this big to me, right? But I
Right.
know it's like 300,000 miles long, but it's like it looks like this much in my So yeah, the sun is very far away. Very,
I mean, you
very
could
far away.
technically have an eclipse with your thumb whenever you want.
I know. Whoa. I can see the blue light. Look at that. It's coming off his head. Okay. Anyways, I'm sorry I didn't join earlier. I definitely could have. I'm doing some OI today. It's very struggling for myself. So if you're Savior Consume, which we probably are, where is your pile? Ask yourself, where is your pile? And today I'm working on my writing pile. So I've been getting through these. I have a bunch of writings I've done over the past
That's organized. Wow.
year and a half. I know it's semi-organized.
Like with an actual pen and paper too. What generation are you from? What's going on with that?
I'm from I take inspiration from Jerry Seinfeld, inspiration generation. Or he's always like I have my IJ box. I get my pad, I get my pen, and it's this pen with 1 second. Like with with these pads, right?
Okay.
The
You got a bunch of them
legal
too.
pad.
Look at that. Yeah.
And yeah, so I have my own little IJ box, you could say. And yeah, right now, like I had them all here. Like I had a lot of them here, but now I'm trying to put them into Google Docs, so I don't have to. Less sensory for me, I guess. But yeah, I know
So
it's
you're doing
weird.
it backwards. Yeah, you're doing it backwards.
Yeah, I initially I want to write them all. I was almost gonna type out every single one, but I was like, that's gonna take too long.
Yeah, it is
And
going to
so,
take a long time. I mean, there should be a way to scan it and have it. Oh, with the phone. There you go.
I'm doing phones into here. I gotta rename them, and then I gotta create docs for each one, and then I have to link them all, and then create folders for all the ones I link. And you know what? That's my Tuesday. So.
I mean, I've got a bunch of Google Docs that's where I write into is the Google Docs. I skip the pen and paper thing, but it's also just a mess because I don't have titles for any of them. I have like 3 different subjects in each one. Probably a few, twins that I don't even know I wrote something. Yeah. So yeah, definitely organizing all that stuff is important somehow.
And yeah, I really do like the pen and paper part of it too. It makes me think of like when I did those drawings, you asked me like, why don't you just, do it on the computer? Like, it's a good point. It's faster for sure. But like you get like, it's like, what's that? Like you'll remember something like 15 times better if you write it down as opposed to like reading it. And then if you type it, it's probably a little better, but the cognition of like trying to like move something with your hand, it kind of seals it in your brain. Also, just I took
because you're also doing the SI, you have to externalize the sensory.
Sure, for sure.
Yeah.
And I also feel like we all kind of do that to some degree. But definitely like I remember like watching a Jerry Seinfeld video, and it's like he talked about this very NF idea, where like I can't write something when like the cursor is flashing at me. I can't do it. It's like
What?
The cursor's just looking at me, going like, "So what? You're gonna write something?" I'm like, "Damn it, I can't It's so annoying. Just like it makes me so mad. So yeah, there's no cursor on the paper. Helps me out.
What can we call you, Glitch? Can we call you Glitch?
Oh yeah, I forgot I was here.
Oh, you forget. I forget I'm here sometimes too. And I'm like, oh yeah, I'm alive.
Wait, what are we
How
talking
you
about?
doing, man?
Do you have Google Docs?
Yeah, I use it a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, I take notes. I want to make my own typology theory. What were we talking about before? Solar eclipses.
Solar eclipses. So you want to make you want to make your own typology theory, but do you have a theory already, or you just want to make one?
I don't really have a full theory yet. Well, not just I don't know. It's gonna be more like a theory of everything, I think. Like I can't be satisfied with just a theory of typology. It needs to encompass everything, or else I'll feel like I'm not it's lazy.
Yeah. So there's like the externalizing internalizing question is interesting because
Yeah, right.
it's weird because like in order to like I'm going to ask you right now, can you breathe out a bunch of air, David? Just breathe out a big breath.
Okay.
So if you paid attention, the first thing you did was breathe in.
Yeah.
I asked you to breathe out, but you breathed in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, do you want me to do it again?
Okay, so now breathe in a bunch of air, please. Okay, now you consciously did it, but you would have breathed out first before you breathed in.
Okay, we'll get to your point.
Yeah. So like the internalizing externalizing question is interesting because like you have to kind of do both, but it's like which one are you prioritizing? Which one are like is the purpose of breathing out in order to breathe in, or is the purpose of breathing in order to breathe out?
It's to do both. That's what you learn in meditation.
Yeah.
So I think it's something like that where as soon as like you reach your peak breath, you also like or sometimes you're supposed to hold it. It depends on what you do, I guess.
Yeah, so like
yeah.
for breathing air, then yes, you would be correct. But for like okay, so sensory, for example, so writing something out. So the reason I would write it out is so that I could read it back and internalize it better.
Yeah.
And I think the reason you're internalizing it is so that you can externalize it better, or something along those lines. Like you're externalizing it not so you can read it back, so that you can. Yeah, I don't know, because once you've actually used it, once you've actually done something with it, then that's its purpose. Help me out here.
Kelly, do you have a follow-up question that you can ask?
No, it was just because you were talking. Because for me, I don't need to write something out in order to remember it or whatever. Like that's not what I would do.
Okay.
What is this chaos? What's
sorry.
going on?
I'm sorry.
What is
I'm trying to like pull up the live
sensory
stream,
mean?
but I keep pressing the wrong button. Okay. Here it is. Okay, I'm trying to look at the chat. They inform each other. 1 second. Yes, Kelly's got our back.
Yeah.
Kelly's I think she's my type, but blast last. So she's like a Carl Jung type.
Oh, she's on that INFP panel, right? With the INTP panel with the other INTP ladies?
No, I don't think so.
No?
No,
Okay.
not they don't. Yeah, no. She's blast last in the
Okay.
INTP panel.
Right,
are
it's all
we're all
your
sleep-
type. Yeah.
Yeah, but I think Kelly's been around for like a really long time.
Yeah, I've seen Kelly around for a while. Yeah. Yeah, so about Glitch was asking internalizing and externalizing. So it's
Yeah.
like it's one of the core dimensions that make up a function is internalizing, externalizing. Like functions are either internalizing or externalizing in their core.
Sounds like introversion and extroversion. I don't.
So it's adjacent to introversion and extroversion. So like SE and so OE and DI or PE and JI, however you want to talk about it, are both internalizing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Why? Because what? Because wait, what? Then what? Okay, what about sleep then? OI and DI, is sleep internalizing or externalizing? Is it both?
It's doing both, and it's introverted. Yeah.
Weird.
Just like consume is introverted and extroverted, but it's internalizing.
Okay, so when they're saying externalizing sensory, they're just saying
Externalizing sensory is SI. Yeah.
Okay, that's confusing. I don't know why did you come up with this?
It has to have a purpose. SI has to have a purpose.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Like, what am I doing right now? What's the purpose of it? Putting all these writings into a Google Doc.
Every what has to have a purpose. Yeah.
Yeah.
It sounds like having a purpose sounds like some FI or FE thing, like, or I guess more FI. I don't know. It's just very not what I'm used to. I don't know. So many. I have so many systems in mind that, like, this adding more information. It just I have to like figure out where it fits in. I don't know.
Yeah. Makes sense.
Yeah, using those that NESI, right?
Yeah.
Wait.
He is. Yeah.
What am I talking about?
Uh-oh.
Externalizing. Solar eclipses.
Solar eclipses. That's what we were talking about. Yeah.
Did you did you know? Google Trends. If you look up "eyes hurt" in the United States in the past day, it spikes. It spikes around the solar eclipse, and it only shows in the regions where the solar eclipse passed.
That's funny. Yeah.
Yeah.
There was a bunch of weird things like that. Yeah. There's like, did you
Yeah.
see the bed and breakfast like full booking?
No.
All the Airbnb full bookings are just along the path of the eclipse. And then like the partial bookings are other places.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It's like you want to know where the eclipse is going to be, just look at where everything's booked.
Yeah. I saw something interesting. I saw this interesting comparison of the eclipse. Have you seen the sigil of Saturn? Not Saturn, the sigil of Satan. It looks exactly the same as the solar eclipse, like the paths of the light or whatever. Like, I don't know if it's like coincidence, but it's crazy. You gotta look it up. The
Yeah, I'm gonna look it up. Okay.
I wish there was a way to like post images here.
There is. But let me just pull it up. I got it here. So is this what you're talking about? This stuff?
Oh yes, yes.
Okay.
And look up like the the path of light of the solar eclipse or whatever. Solar eclipse
the solar eclipse is just like
whatever.
a straight line, right?
No, it's like the light like crosses over and creates the shadow or whatever. I don't know why I have to say whatever. I don't know why I keep saying that.
Yeah, it's
no,
just like this.
It's not the path. No, the like say chart or whatever.
Chart.
I keep saying whatevers. I don't know why I keep saying that. There it is. To the right.
This one?
Yes, there it is.
I mean, this is just a. Yeah. Okay.
It's the exact same.
Sure. If you want to say, why not?
Close enough.
Yeah.
I think yeah, it's the same.
Um, we'll just say yes.
Okay, thank you.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, cool.
I mean,
find.
if you want to make it connect, you can make it connect. What am I going to tell you?
Yeah, that's basically how we do typing here. It's close
Yeah.
enough. No.
Close enough. Yeah. So externalizing versus internalizing is, I guess it's more
Yeah,
like the
right.
purpose. What's the purpose of it? Like FI doesn't need so TI is a good one because we're here. So TI doesn't need something to be useful or have a purpose in order to internalize it. TI just internalizes whatever it's interested in. It can be, yeah, whatever. But then TE needs to for it to have a purpose to be applicable in order for it to,
Yeah.
Okay, I get what you're saying now. Like,
yeah,
like OPSFI is kind of like it doesn't. It just sort of
yeah.
exists or whatever. While FE is like it needs to have some goal or whatever. That makes sense.
Yeah, FE has a purpose.
Yeah.
It's useful. It's, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
FI doesn't really need to have a purpose. You just get joy out of it or
Yeah.
excitement or whatever. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. That I get it. I understand what you're saying now. It's just yeah. What
Yeah.
Yeah.
like
Show
SI?
him. You should show him the bubbles that you had, because I
Yeah.
think you're talking about how like blast was externalizing, and then
Yeah. Show
consume
me the
was
bubbles.
internalizing.
Show them the
And then
bubbles.
sleep
Right.
was introverted, and then play was extroverted.
Mhm.
I feel that just kind of popped in my head of what you guys were just connected that.
Right. Yeah.
So yeah.
So like these bubbles here.
Oh, you have
Where
a
are they?
lot of notes.
Here.
Yes, those bubbles. Yeah. That's
Yeah,
what I
yeah.
was thinking right there, the top right.
This one here.
Yeah, because I saw that and blasting the next day. I was like, okay, I'm gonna just use externalizing for blasting, and that's where I'm trying to answer Kelly's question with SI. Is how it's like how's SI externalizing? Well, then it's like how is SI using the DE function to do that?
Yeah, this is your SI here. Yeah. So your SI is
Yeah.
connected to the, yeah. It's
So I'm
externalizing experience.
It doesn't make a lot. Like I get it. It makes sense in the math, but I want it to like
Why does it say
It doesn't make
catering?
sense intuitively.
Externalizing.
I just need more examples in my brain, but I don't have that good of an SI to like think about them. I'm like trying like, okay, what will sometime I externalize a value? It's like I don't know. It's also my demons. It's also like I don't do that all the time.
The animals line up intuitively with externalizing versus internalizing. Still trying to wrap my head around the functions. It's like the functions are the 2 points that give the animal direction. Yeah. Yeah, the animal is like a vector. It needs like a direction and a magnitude sort of thing.
What about spinners?
Spinners?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Oh, it's the square root of a vector.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Okay. That makes more sense.
You tell me.
We gotta come up with that theory next. Quantum. We gotta figure out quantum typology. That's what I'm trying to think.
So this is your system?
Yeah.
All right. Just came up with it now, or you've been working on it?
I've been working on it, and I came up with it now.
Yeah. So they're both. So perceiving function is interesting. I just saw something interesting with Jordan Peterson talking about perception, and he had a really good definition. I should go back and copy that over. He had a good definition of what perception is.
Yeah, was it like perception versus projection? Was it that?
Oh, yeah, that's what I was going off of. But his definition of perception was really, really spot on.
Yeah, some YouTube short out there.
Oh my God, Eureka! Eureka! This is OPS. Just don't think about it.
This isn't OPS. This is my channel.
This has been.
Oh my
channel. He's
God,
got
what the
that
hell?
going.
Yeah.
Aren't you like the same? Aren't you like OP?
Oh my God. You murdered me just now.
Yeah. I was watching the Williams.
Now you're that guy.
He's number 4. Yeah, he's that guy. But like, they're talking about like the number 4s, and they don't want to like. What was it? She said it perfectly. What was it? I don't know. It just makes a lot of sense for what's happening here. We're like, oh yeah, he was looking at like he had like a bunch of tweets or pictures on Instagram of like fan art for him on The Good Place. It was a bunch of like, you know, pictures and cute pictures or Evo pictures, and you can tell he's like, I don't want people. This is it. They don't want people to idolize them. Is what you're saying,
right?
Like,
yes.
Like they want to avoid that at all cost. So we don't want to feel idolized.
But I also don't want to. I've got the DI. I also don't want to be the same as whatever else is going on.
It's hard. We got cognitive dissonance going on in our brains, for sure.
Yeah. So the SI externalizing. So Jung described it really well in his chapter on SI, on how SI people will miss details if they don't see that it has a purpose. Like they couldn't walk into a room and not see half of the things. It's not just not see them. Like you're seeing them, but you're not identifying them. You're not ascribing them an identity. There's no point in even recognizing them as being there unless they serve some kind of purpose. So that's foreign to me. I don't even know what that means, but I get the same thing. I get the same thing with NI. Like until I've seen NI have a purpose and be useful, then I just start seeing it everywhere.
Yeah. Okay. You see it everywhere.
Yeah.
I remember I was on vacation. I'm trying to answer this, and I was in Barcelona. And I was going through one of the cathedrals in there, and I remember like choosing SI, like trying to label everything kind of in the room in the building. And so I realized that like I couldn't like label everything because I was only there for like 45 minutes. But I started like looking at like the pillars. Like, okay, this pillar like is like pillar like 1, and then there's all like the 8 pillars in the room. And then some of the pillars have different patterns, and then different, like I'm just comparing the SE of them, and I'm realizing that like that's what I remember now. I'm like, oh right, I had some SI that I was like just like some like project I was working on as I went into there. Like the sensory was all external, but like I don't know why I still remember like all the pillars, but not like the glass on the wall or the chairs or that one mirror that was on the ground. Like I can see it now,
Right.
but they're and then I'm channel changing here over to like I was thinking about Dave Grohl because he has SI, and I remember his like crazy story about how he drove like 800 miles just to like, he's an ENFP. He drove 800 miles to get into like some like club, and then when he got there, he like didn't have his ID and he couldn't get in. And I'm just thinking about how he told the story, and it kind of was. I'm trying to think about how SIs tell stories, where we're giving you like all the sensory details in the story that are necessary for the story, and like it's externalizing in a way where
That's true too. Yeah. When an SE
Yeah.
tells the story, it's kind of annoying because they just give you like, what is the point of you telling me this detail here? I remember the room and it was like this and it was like this, and it's like, okay, who cares?
no one cares. Yeah. Like when I talk about SE for a second, it just sounds like I don't want to do that. I want to go into I'm talking about the NE experience is what I'm like, the discovery process of these patterns. but also like I play a lot of like board games and like deception games, or like every year we host a party at our house where we have like 30 to 40 people, and like it's almost everybody's like a number 4 or a 3. It's really awesome. And like when I
Yeah.
go into like teaching mode in the games, it feels like just super SI, where like here are all the SI names and the labels for all how like this is how the game works. I've explained it
It's
like
overwhelming. Yeah, it's overwhelming when you do that to an SE person because like
yeah, they can't do it.
it,
I'd be
it
terrified. Yeah.
you're not wrong. It is all relevant, but it's not relevant right now. It's not relevant.
Yeah.
Like we have to go through the experience. We have to internalize it as it happens in order to get it. We can't
Yeah.
just
Like you
get the
keep
whole
saying it.
picture.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's like, yeah, with that. So yeah, I'm trying to like teach them the concepts of the game so they can internalize those. But then like the externalize, it's like it's always like the jokes of like, okay, when you play this card, you got to know that it fucks up these other cards, and then that like that's funny or something. Like it's like the number
Right.
4 kind of game as well. Like
Right.
you
And
have
we
to
won't
know that.
yeah, we
Yeah.
won't get it until we've actually used it to mess up that, or we're able to like externalize how it messes things up in general and then
Yeah.
apply it in all of those different cases.
Right. Yeah. And I
Yeah.
also see how it happens to you as well. Like if someone played that card and it like attacked you, the next time around when you get that card, you know how it feels. You know how it's like,
Yeah.
aha, now I have this card. Like it's like the SI does feel like I'm like I want to hold my cards really close. I have all my little SI things. I don't like sharing them. I got my facts, you know, that's how the NESIs will say. Like the SIs, they got their facts. I got my facts here. I don't want
Do
to
do
play
you
the
know the
card.
game Sets? Do you know that game Sets?
No, I do not. I've not heard of the game of sets.
Anyways, I was playing it with my dad. Let me pull it up with the
Sure.
what the cards look like. It's really dumb and basic, but it's something I can play with my kids. Sets card game. Here we go. Perfect. Let me share the screen. Okay. So like this is the Sets game, right? So for SE users, this is like super easy and just dominating all the SIs until my dad figured out the sensory of it. So
Yeah.
like what you have to do is you have to take something that's all the same or all different for everything. So like there's the color, shape, and fill. And until my dad until he internalized like all of the different possibilities of everything that's going on here, he wasn't able to actually play the game. Like it was just going
Oh
over
yeah.
his head. Yeah.
Yeah.
And once he like, yeah, here, this is a good one here. So like these are sets, right? So they're all one, right? There's all one of them. They all have a different shape and they all have the same color. So that's illegal. You can pick that, yeah. This too. This is not legal because the fill here is the same, and then this one is a different fill.
Mm-hmm.
Here, this one's legal here. So like this is a good one. So like the fill is different on all of them. The shape is different on all of them.
Oh,
The color
that's
is different on all of them. Yeah.
okay.
Yeah. So like my daughter, for example, SC first, is just really great at this game. She just like no problem like seeing it and quickly internalizing what's going on. And
Mm-hmm.
but then and my dad, it took him like a really long time to do that externalization process, whatever that is. And then he would just dominate everybody by the end of it. But like that first part was hard for him. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. How would
I
you
know
do
that
it?
that makes a lot of sense. I feel like I don't know if I'm doing something similar. I'll throw an example at you. So when I was in middle school, we came up with this game. Maybe we didn't come up with it, but it was called like Pirates. And it was like one of those like hand games that you play. So you could play like what chopsticks or whatever. So like you hit the other person, then they get 2 on their finger, and like you can kind of do that as well to see all the patterns. So like you know like when they have a 3, like I don't know, it's hard to explain it, but like this Pirates game was more advanced version of that game, and so it went from like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then it went from like 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and so each of these values had their own like unique ability, and so this is where the pirate theme comes in, is where like 5 was like a shield and that blocks bullets. And then 6 was a keg, which gives you an extra life. You have 3 lives. 7 was a pistol. It does 1 damage. And then 8's a shotgun. It does 2 damage. 9's a hook. It can hit through shields. And then 10 is a ditto, where you can copy other people's abilities. And so like
You're
I played
rolling a
this game-
dice, or you're just holding up fingers.
you're holding it, and then yeah, it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, and then how you change your fingers is you take from the other person. So if you had like a 6 in your hand and I had a 1, then I would hit your 6 with my 1, and it would become a 7, which is the pistol, and then I'll shoot you and take one of your lives.
Okay.
And then there's also like other cases to win. But like I'm playing this game did feel kind of what you were explaining with your dad, like learning like I didn't like starting the game out. I'm terrible. I'm making all these mistakes. I'm going down the wrong pathways. Like there's like really quick and easy ways to lose. But then like as you start getting the patterns, it does feel like an SI like external thing where I'm like I just know not to make that move. Like in my unconscious, I know how to prolong the game or how to like shoot for a win. And it's like it just felt like this process of getting really good at the game. And I don't value too much SI at once. I want to explore before I get the details. Okay. All right. Yeah, I don't know it. That was kind of the end of the Pirates game. It was a really fun game, but like playing it hundreds of times with everybody, I could see that my TIS I was getting really good at it. But like the first like 30 times I played it, I was like really crap and really bad at it. But then all the patterns later started connecting and making a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't know if my theory is right or whatever. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, do it, Butch.
What are we talking about?
Have you
So
played
much
like board
information.
games or like strategy games? Like
Game theory.
yeah, game theory.
Yeah.
Like advanced Monopoly or like Monopoly in Life and like Sorry are all like the basic games. And then you can kind of level up there.
All right.
Then there's the real games.
Oh, I got you. Yeah.
Yeah. Have you played any of those?
Monopoly.
Yeah.
Yes, I have played Monopoly. I played the SpongeBob version. Or
I love SpongeBob. You like SpongeBob?
yeah, SpongeBob. He's pretty good. Yeah. What's your favorite SpongeBob character?
Mr. Krabs for sure.
Oh yeah, he's pretty cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. He cares about SpongeBob. He's
He
greedy,
does.
but he cares.
He's friendly, but yeah, he's definitely working for the business.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, what about you, Benjamin? What's your favorite SpongeBob character?
I don't know any of the SpongeBob character except I know there's a star. And
Oh yeah, that's
now that
Patrick.
I hear about the business, I assume they're bad. The business.
No,
Oh,
it's a
kind of.
Krusty
No, they're
Krab.
good. What?
Yeah.
The Krusty Krab.
Yeah,
Kelly.
Kev's good.
Yay!
It's the Plum Bucket that's bad.
Hi,
Hey, Kelly.
Kelly.
Yo, what up?
Can you hear me all right?
Yeah. Sounds like a hollow cup.
The what?
Sorry, I don't know if your mic's quite.
Yeah, it sounds like you're speaking through like a paper towel roll.
I think it's.
Kelly's not talking. That's okay.
I'm not talking. Does it sound
Yeah.
better now?
It sounds great when you talk. When you don't talk, it doesn't sound great.
All right. I'm trying to fix that. Let me mute in the meantime.
Yeah, SpongeBob.
So SpongeBob
They-
is
I think
is
they
the
have
goat.
social
He's
time
good.
in SpongeBob.
Yeah.
Oh, you think so? Who
I
are
think-
the main
yeah.
characters of SpongeBob? They got the star and they got the SpongeBob. And they got the burger guy with a long nose.
It's hard to be friends with someone if they haven't seen SpongeBob. It's really hard.
Man, you know
Yeah,
Ren and
right.
Stimpy? My generation was Ren and Stimpy and Beavis and Butthead.
Yeah, it's a generational thing. I can't be
Yeah.
upset. You know, my parents
Yeah.
didn't watch it, so it's okay. There's the main character SpongeBob, and you know he's a SpongeBob SquarePants. He's little. He works at the grill, and he's just a super friendly guy, and he's an idiot, but you know he's the main character of the show. and I'd say
From what I
he's
gathered, they're all idiots, right? There's no one that's actually not an idiot on the show.
sure. I'd say that.
Is that a fair assessment?
I would say, well, everybody's an idiot, right? There's no one.
Everyone's an idiot in their own unique way.
I mean, most people I've met, you
Right.
can't order off a menu. It's like unless there's pictures. Whoa. But yeah, he definitely feels like the 4 of the group. Along
I mean,
with
isn't that
Patrick.
what Dave said in one of his videos? He needs the pictures to order off the menu.
Did you say that?
Yeah, he said that in one of his recent videos. Yeah.
He's one of those dumbasses for sure. Yeah, I've had Davies, and they need them. Yeah, they definitely do. Yeah, it's funny. Yeah, it's like SpongeBob and Patrick feel like the 4s of the group, and then
Okay.
Squidward, like Squidward is like the 3.
No, Squidward's the 1. What are you talking about?
He's the one.
Squidward's not the 1.
Isn't he a 2?
Oh,
Isn't he
no,
always going to get back to work?
William's the 1, right?
That's Mr. Krabs.
Mr.
Mr.
Krabs has to
Krabs.
get back to work. Okay.
Now, Mr.
Mr.
Krabs.
Krabs is he's the greedy businessman, but he's friendly.
Hmm. Okay, yeah, that's number 2-ish. Sure.
The number 1's Plankton, man. He's got.
I agree with that. I thought because Squidward, like, he wants to be successful or whatever, he wants fame.
No.
No, okay.
Yeah, I think Squidward's just like he's just doing his job. SpongeBob pisses him off, but he's
I think he's
chilling.
more 1 in the later seasons. Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, I'd say he has flex for sure. He's not a friendly guy. He's a bit of an ass. But he should be better. He has his specializations, right?
Exactly.
He's got like clarinet.
I mean, in OPS, isn't it like if you're 1, you also have like 2 second, or 2, you have 1 second.
Yeah.
I don't know. I always thought that was weird.
Do you remember the episode where Squidward went to a town full of Squidwards?
Oh yeah, I know that one.
It's that like he started living the same day over and over and over again, which is maybe that's a specialist thing, but that's where he was most content. And
he becomes depressed.
And then he started getting really mad at it, and then he started sucking everybody up with like a leaf blower. He started like causing chaos in the town. He's like he'd suck up Squidward's nose and face, and then put 2 eyes on one face and 2 noses on the other.
Yeah.
And then I think he got kicked out of the city.
No, he sort of he got cornered, and then he started like rocket. Was it like you have a rocket backpack or whatever, but he used the leaf blower to like propel himself upward.
Yes.
I feel like this is like the Simpsons of your generation.
Yeah, you're right. That'd be fair to assume. Bring up the SpongeBob visuals. Yes, this definitely helps. See, number 4, Patrick and SpongeBob, and then look at Squidward.
They definitely have that dopey S4 smile on their face. Look at that. This guy's a number 4 too. Look at this guy.
Sandy.
Yeah, Sandy.
Yeah, Sandy.
They used to say
Guy,
that's the FB smile. Now we just call it the.
I don't know who this
smile,
is, but this looks like a 3 to me. The 3s are just not.
Squidward. That's the 3.
Those are the 3s for sure. You're doing it wrong.
Yeah, you're doing it wrong.
Yeah.
And then the Mr. Krabs. See, that's the greedy number 2. The crab guy.
Oh, this. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
Wait, I thought you said
Just
Mr. Krabs was. Wait, how is Mr. Krabs a 2? Isn't 2 like the Super
He's
Friends or whatever? What did OPS call it?
He's the manager. He's friendly with SpongeBob, right?
He's friendly to get you to do your shit.
Yeah.
Oh right, yeah, okay, that makes sense when you put it that way.
I think
Well,
those
I-
twos were the
There's
most
Plankton. That
extrovert.
little. You passed Plankton.
I passed
That little-
Plankton
The
He's
top
on the
left.
left.
Yeah.
here.
The little guy.
This guy.
Yeah. Look at
That's
him.
Plankton?
He's always trying to steal his formula. Like that's all he wants. He's like the evil ENTP or whatever.
What's this
game.
guy?
That's Gary.
Meow.
That's like the pet snail.
That's what about this guy? No, he's not a one.
That's Fred.
Why?
There's-
What is this juxtaposition?
Oh,
Celebs.
oh, he
Oh, he
voiced.
voiced him. Oh,
Okay, that makes more sense.
cool.
Yeah.
Rest in peace. All right.
20 years.
It's been 20 years. It's that successful.
Yes, it is. SpongeBob is like one of the top shows. I was like,
All
I
right.
can't believe when someone says, "Yeah, I just haven't watched SpongeBob." Like, what? You just, I can't be their friend anymore. I'm sorry. We have to go. Anyways, I
There
don't mean that
was
seriously.
a period of time where people didn't necessarily have computers or TV for some people.
Ah, that generational stuff, man. It's
Like,
hard. Yeah.
Right out of college, before I had money, I had a laptop, but I didn't really yeah, that's when SpongeBob was popular.
And did you watch it then?
I'm guessing no.
No, I
I'm
was
guessing she
busy
hasn't watched
like
it either.
no, I was working or not at home or watching House and Scrubs. That's it.
All right.
You mean you were an adult and
Yeah.
you didn't want to watch a cartoon show about a sponge?
No,
How
I
dare you.
probably I feel like it was an oversight on my part and probably would
Yeah.
have been very enjoyable, but I took myself way too seriously to relax and do that. I had ambitions and I was using all of my time to work towards those ambitions. And, you know, in hindsight,
You were actually doing something with
probably
your
should
life.
have been watching
Yeah.
SpongeBob.
In hindsight.
No, that's such a shitty thing to say. That is not what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm. That's what I'm saying.
I think it's possible. Yeah. I just feel like when I'm old in a retirement home, there's going to be so many things for me to sit and waste time enjoying.
So you did say waste time. Okay.
Yeah, I did. But I don't mean it as a judgment of anybody else.
Yeah.
Stop doing this to me. I don't mean it as a
I'm more
judgment.
doing it to David, less to you. Just joking.
Uh,
I'm that guy.
yeah, it's not a judgment.
That's okay. You don't got to worry about offending people here. Look at this. I'm wasting time with a fidget spinner.
I mean,
Am I the only one on the show? What happened? Oh,
So what's going on, Kelly? I don't think we've actually talked, have we? Like I saw
no,
you
I
in the
don't think
group
so. I
all the
think
time, right? Oh, you're in one of the CRG groups too, right?
yeah,
No.
yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, no, we haven't actually talked directly. Just I think I've maybe made a comment on one or two of your videos, and I think we ran into each other on VC once or twice last year.
That makes
Briefly.
sense. Yep. Yeah.
Yeah.
So what did you want to say about board games? Well, everyone's off doing their own thing.
Oh, the conversation you guys were having about SI and board games, and kind of like explaining like all the SI of a game. It makes me think of a dynamic between my husband and I. He likes to explain details for everybody, like make sure everyone fully understands the rules of the game, and he'll even start talking about like strategy and stuff. And like he gets all excited, like he likes telling people, and I don't like it. I want people to just like have a gist and jump into the game. I want to have a gist and jump into the game, and like figure it out as I go.
Yeah.
But I want like there's like levels of details that are important to know and details that are not important to know. I like what you said about we don't need it yet, but like there's some things that should be stated upfront at the beginning of the game, like make or break, like win lose objective rules. But anything else like strategy tips, I do not want those to be talked about in advance. I want to
Right.
like
Figure out your own strategies, do your own TI on it.
right. And I
Yeah.
guess maybe it's the competitive part of me that's like, if you can't figure it out, that's my advantage over you. So don't tell them.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, as
But I mean,
fours,
not that I always figure it out.
we're less competitive as fours for sure.
Yeah.
In the game, we're competitive. Like we want to beat you, not because we have like this edge of knowledge, just because we're better in the game.
I don't know. I feel like the fours are more competitive in these game environments.
In these
than the
games,
ones-
yeah, but not in terms of like, oh, I know something that you don't, and that's how I'm gonna beat you. Like we don't want handicaps, right? You want a handicap?
Who, me?
A handicap.
No.
I feel like you're not with us here, David. I feel like you're
I'm
studying
here.
and you're doing what you're supposed to be doing with your life.
I'm trying to do my ambitions. I don't want to do.
Wait,
I don't want to be.
is David also a 4? What
Yeah.
is David?
It's also for.
Okay.
I mean, I get the same thing with directions. It's like, you ever ask people for directions on the street and see how they answer it?
Yeah, I don't like getting directions.
Like some people are good at giving directions, and then some people that it just doesn't match the way you want to receive the directions.
I imagine that goes
Of course, yeah.
I like that. Like I like that
ways.
they point in the direction where it's at, and then I'm like, okay, great, that's enough. I'll find it.
No, it's gotta be more specifics.
I know, right? You got to turn left after
gotta
3
be-
lights, and then turn right after 1 light, and yeah,
It's that for sure.
I know.
Or like an address would be nice.
No.
But I guess it's like you need.
Well, now with the
no
GPS,
Yeah.
it's easier.
Yeah.
With the GPS, yeah, it just kills all of that. But before GPS was around,
Yeah. How would I give? I don't know. I don't like. I would if it was if it like was my area, like if it was my town, then I know how to like direct you in my town.
yeah, basically that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so someone comes to your town and asks for directions.
Yeah, I just
Oh, bye, Kelly.
he's
And
gone.
we had a question for you too. So how would you give directions in your town?
Where are we going?
But like, I don't know. Imagine a situation where someone's asking you directions to the movie theater or something.
To
the Pizza Hut.
Take 1/16th down the road. When you get to range line, go past 1 light, turn left, go past the mire, and then turn right, and you should see it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly the way I pictured you would give directions. Yes.
It's a list. I could just text that
That's
to you.
right.
Or,
That's right. Yeah.
SI and directions. But you don't want it. How would you want it to be told? Like, is it different? Is there another way to directions are very SI anyway.
They are very SIS, yeah. They are. Yeah. That's how the GPS would give you directions too if you looked at the list of things to do.
Yes.
Yeah.
I am paying attention. I can multitask.
No, I got you.
I'm doing SI over here. It's not very like complex.
Like,
I'm not
so
thinking about it.
personally, how I would rather the directions is it's about like 1 meter in that direction or like 100 meters in that direction, and they'll like point through a building. Like
point through a building.
yeah, like So you have to drive around and like maybe even do a U-turn to circle back or whatever, but I know where it is. And so then as long as I know how far it is and which direction it's in, I've got the vector, I can sort of figure out how to get there. Because the list gets confusing. Like once the list gets too long, you're just like, I can't remember the whole list.
You
He
can't remember.
says he can do
can't
two
remember
things
the
at
whole-
once.
I don't know if I'd remember the list either. Sometimes it's just like you see something and then you like turn left when you see that thing. But I guess it's still SI.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like you can have a varying range of SI. Like if I were to tell you the welcome back, Kelly. If I were to tell you
Thanks.
the directions again, I could be like, okay, turn left, go down 116th Street, go head west, go around the roundabout at Town Road, go around the roundabout at Ditch Road, go around the roundabout at that road, at that road, at that road, and then when you hit range line, go past the next stoplight and then turn left. Like, so like when I that's what I'm thinking, but like it just gets narrowed down to head down to 116th west, and then when you pass a range line, turn at the light, and then you should see the mire on your right, and then you keep driving and you'll see it. So I guess I am eliminating sensory details that you will see. You will pass Town Road. You will pass Ditch Road. You will pass these other roads.
Oh yeah. That's way worse when they tell you the whole thing of all of this extra stuff.
Yeah.
Man, that is
Oh.
horrible. That's
Okay,
extraneous details.
That's how I do it too. Like there are a million details in my head, but I only give like the top 4. Like unless I'm completely unconscious, then it might start rattling off.
Right. Everything you need
Yeah.
in order to get there, yeah. All the necessary info. What about like your health and stuff? Like do you guys go on about that at all?
What about the health?
Like I notice SI is very in tune with how their body is and how it's feeling. And
Yeah.
like this is what my dad does. He's like, okay, I started drinking this orange juice and my left leg feels like this now. I'm just throwing out a stupid example, but something like that.
Okay.
Like tracking that degree of how his body feels. And most of it's probably psychosomatic. It's like from my perspective, it just sounds delusional and psychosomatic, and like he's just making shit up.
Yeah, I'd say like one example I'd have where like this morning I had a lot of allergies, and they were killing me, but like I've had them like 100 times, and so I know that in like 3 to 4 hours, if I take this pill, if I go outside 3 times and have like some fresh air, then I know like for certain that these specific allergies, they will go away. Because like the ones I'm having now, I've had before, and I know how to get rid of them, or I know how long it takes for my body to heal from them. And like, yeah, if times like I'll get mad if that process doesn't work. That like, okay, then it's a different type of allergies I'm having. Or yeah, very very in tune to how the body is feeling. Very very sensitive to just the whole body. I don't know how to.
What's NYT, Kelly?
New York Times.
New York
It's a New York Times game. They're the ones that popularized Wordle, and then Connections is like another one that was popular. I don't know if I'd say I'm very good at it. I mean, what scale am I comparing myself to? But I do play it a lot, and I like it, and I'm not bad at it. Say that.
Nice.
Um,
You were social typed, Kelly?
Sort of.
Sort of.
Yeah, it's complicated. It's not worth like talking about. It's just,
All right. No worries.
yeah. As for like health stuff, I feel like I forget stuff. Like I can be in tune with it, but I also forget it really easy and tend to just like go until it stops working. And then if like people ask me questions, I can answer very specifically eventually, not always in the moment.
I don't know. I find like a lot of the SI users get this psychosomatic stuff where it's like, I have this feeling in my leg, I need to go to get it checked out, and they get it checked out and it's nothing. And then they keep looking over and over again until they finally figure out what it is.
That makes me think of just like gut feelings. Like for example, my job is very routine, like just lab work, routine, like regulated lab work, which is when I first started doing it, it was like really boring. And I made a lot of mistakes because I had a hard time paying attention to the details, to the point that I have like gut feelings now where I can catch myself not paying attention. I'm sure it's some physical detail that I'm noticing, but I'm not aware that I'm noticing a detail. It's like a pattern of details or like something about my body that I'm noticing. And I can catch myself not paying enough attention and then realize I made a mistake. And it's not like I'm actually catching the mistake, it's I'm paying attention to my body. And that's like a trigger to go back and double check whatever I just did. So it seems similar in the sense of
That's interesting how you use your body in order to achieve something. Use the sensations in order to achieve something.
yeah, I feel like it's like stuff basically that I wasn't paying attention to most of my life. And so I've sort of learned it's like any one signal. I don't know. I feel like somebody that's savior sensory would probably notice like the first signal, but basically I don't notice it until like 5 or 6 signals. And what I'll notice is that there are 6 signals, if that makes sense. And there's like a pattern to those 6 signals that I'm familiar with. Yeah.
6 signals. Okay.
It's just like a gut feeling.
Yeah.
Like it's a specific gut feeling that I don't know how to put into words.
Don't know how to put it into words. Yeah. I get that.
Like specific kind of bodily anxiety that I get.
You have a demon sensory thing, David, that you're aware of?
Yeah.
Other than your notebooks?
Other than my notebooks. That's just that's one of the consumed files for sure. Actually, I just finished one, so I'm kind of moving on to the next one. Sensory, I just would say I had really bad allergies and asthma, and I had Hashimoto's disease and like alopecia, and I get really bad like histamines when I exercise or my body gets warm in the shower. I get these red dots all over me. But it is what Kelly said with it being, it's a familiarity with what your body's going through, and you can know like the specific, like I get what she was saying with 6 signals, if that makes sense, where there could be these I honestly don't know. It is hard to just put into words.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's like a ditch.
I definitely don't have that degree of discernment over that kind of thing. Yeah. I was interpreting it as like, okay, maybe this is demon sleep or whatever, but you have demon sleep, David, and you're still doing it, right? So it's like, it's definitely an SI thing.
Yeah, I don't quite know what it is.
Yeah. My dad's got it too, yeah.
What its use is. Like why
Wouldn't it just be like stacked sensory? Like
it's like, I think maybe it's an unconscious thing where like maybe this doesn't make any sense, but I was sitting on my foot right now, and I didn't realize I was sitting on my foot, but then like when I moved it off, I realized that I was sitting on my foot for like X amount of time. But there's like, I mean, you can tell it's like more red. This doesn't make any sense, but it's like I knew my foot was sitting there, but I also like didn't pay any attention. I don't know. It's like, how do
So
you?
I would get the same thing where I would sit on my foot and I would get the same thing, but I wouldn't be able
Yeah.
to describe it as in detail. I know it sounds like it feels like you're probably not describing it well enough, but I wouldn't have any of those descriptions.
Like I knew it wasn't. I knew it wasn't there for like 15 minutes or 5 minutes, but I didn't know it was there. But I knew it wasn't there for like just how it felt. I knew it wasn't there for more than like 5 minutes.
It's like, yeah, unconsciousness. Like you weren't conscious of it, and now that you're paying attention to it, you can see the details that you were ignoring.
Yeah, yeah. I'm asking questions about it. Yeah, I'm like,
Yeah.
how long was it sitting there? Probably 5 minutes. Like
Oh yeah, I
it's
was
the
ignoring
guessing
that.
ability. Yeah, it's the amount that you can make guesses about things. Like maybe like a bodily, like kind of like the bodily anxiety would be like I would have some sort of like trauma day, or I got like super embarrassed. Like I did a presentation, I got completely embarrassed, and then it was like 3 months later, and like I could like feel that in my body, of like, oh, I'm still processing that embarrassment, or just it's a demon. It's definitely feeling at the bottom. Just just takes forever to process the feelings, but I could definitely like predict that, like, oh, I'm like here in time, and I need to wait and get to there, so then it's fully like the shit's out of my system. um I had another example. What was it? I don't. Maybe it's not completely that. It does, like the SI being feminine. It does feel like it's unconscious until you like point your NE at it and start asking questions about what's like. Because like if I'm trying to think about answering this question, then like that moment I jump out of my body. I'm like trying to connect our understandings. But then when I
Yes.
go back, it's like, okay, now I'm. It's like yeah.
I found if there's like when someone asks me the question directly, it's like I'm distracted by all the external stuff, and I can only like I will
Mhm.
literally close my eyes sometimes to remember sensory details. Do you do that? Like,
Yeah, yeah.
yeah.
It's yeah.
But
Maybe it's like
I assume everyone does like that. Is that specific to SI? Like to I don't know. Like
yeah.
I just as-
Like you, I would know my SI a lot better if I was able to sit down for 20 minutes and just like be in the SI. I would be
yeah.
able to track it a lot better. You have to be by yourself to do it. Like I can't describe it right now because I'm not the system hasn't booted up, or I'm not. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. Uh,
Yeah, describing its difference from its normal state. What what's its? Just the
The
body?
sensory.
Oh.
are they asking a question?
Yeah, they're asking your question. I don't think you
I don't get the anaphoric inference. What's its?
like your leg, for example. You're describing the difference of your leg from its normal state when it's
Oh, yeah, sure. Like your body is like like since it's sensory, it doesn't understand it. Okay, so like your body, if it's feminine SI and it's a demon, it's like super unconscious. Then I'm not like looking at the leg with my NE. I'm not in like a range of understanding it. But then once I start pointing at it, then the SI is there. The SI is building there, where, and then like the SI is there. It's just I'm not sending electrical signals through it to like to know what that means. It's just it's there, but it's not like it's there until I choose it to be
so
there.
it's the identification of it. It's like you're trying to identify what the sensory is.
Hmm. I don't know. Maybe it's also like a double
Like put
feminine
your finger
thing,
on it.
or it's like maybe it's like a feminine SF thing. You just are very aware of your body, like at all times. But then since it's a demon, it's like it just becomes it's always there. It's like always like
It's
what's a random connection? Like Carl Jung in his interview was talking about like he was talking about like how he's like, I'm just doing these unconscious like movements, and he's like, I don't really like I'm not choosing to do them, but they're this is so hard to explain. I did the thing where I closed my eyes, and that does help a lot.
Yeah.
It does help.
Yep.
Because like you can visualize it a lot stronger, and you like you see an image, you gotta take it back, and then you gotta explain it. That's what it's like. That last step, it's hard. I don't know. I feel like maybe we're stuck on this one. This one's hard to do.
It's hard. Okay. Yeah.
Can we reframe it with the question again? I know for me, another thing that I do when I get asked a question, I assume maybe because masculine in me, I will get so distracted by tangents my brain goes on when trying to answer the question that I can lose sight of what I'm even trying to say. So maybe if we can, like, I don't know, reframe the question or repeat the question.
Well,
Yeah.
trying to get to the bottom of what SI is in different situations. Not just the externalizing framework or the introverted framework. Yeah, not forcing it into one of those boxes, but more into, I don't know. I've noticed that like tracking sensory on your body, for example, it just, my dad could go on for hours about little nuances that nobody cares about but him.
So it's like, what's SI relationship with its body, or like what is SI in the body? Like how do you connect SI and what it knows about the body? It's how does it experience the body? That's not it. You have a better question?
I have a maybe answer, but I don't know if the answer is going to be new or useful information.
Probably not, but say it anyway.
Okay.
Good.
Well, like, oh God. Wouldn't it just be like there's some sort of, like, if just by theory, SI is personal is one thing that I've heard people use to describe SI, or that it's stacked the same way that like TI or NI is. And so I think of it as like, even though I also have feminine SI, so it's sort of flowy. It's like, it's like it's like if you walk into a library that's very well organized, you can find something quicker because there's like specific organizational categories in that library versus if you just walk into a room of random books. And so I know it, and what creates that organization is me. So like it's the sensory that's been important to me that has impacted me in life in some way. And I don't know if this is true, but it's like how much of a personal impact did that sensory have on you, and it's more likely to stick. I don't know. That's
good news. Why not? Yeah.
Yeah. The library analogy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have heard the SIs talk about that, where they have like, maybe not a library, but like a folder system they can kind of put things in, or yeah.
About Ben was talking about how his dad could just go on about things. Ben, can you not? Like, how does that look for you?
No, I can't go on about that kind of thing.
Are you just like oblivious to things that are happening in your body?
Pretty much. Unless it's like immediate and I'm feeling it in the moment now, then I can maybe talk about it a little bit, but like it's not something universal that matters.
Fair.
Yeah. Another thing I see the NISE axis, any SI axis doing a lot is going over your narratives, like ironing your narrative.
Sure.
Yeah.
Wait, who does that?
SINE, going over the narrative a lot.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing today. You
That's
know?
what you're doing today?
Yeah, like with all these papers, I haven't written in about like 6 months.
But even
And
like the
with all
solar eclipse story that you were sharing, there's like a whole narrative to it.
there's a grounded story there.
Right.
There's all these facts that I'll try to like externalize your way, and like I don't care if you know them or don't know them. It's just like it's also like
You
TI facts that get stored
you want to
in my mind.
process it in order to fit it into like a story that you can go back and look over it again to
Yeah, it
yeah.
definitely has like a. It's not maybe it's like just a visual thing too, or like if at this point if you say solar eclipse or maybe I don't know when, but I will go back and I'll see the movie that played out that was the solar eclipse, and that's great. But if I talk about it, then I will go over the SIs of like I saw the flare or the narrative like you had the glasses on and you were there and the environment, and like I could go over these SI details, but they're not important to the any point, which is just this image that I'm looking at. Like that's what it is, but I can give it SI, and it does have a narrative to it, but the narrative is bound to change. I see that.
Yeah.
Like SIs will have the same music, but then the narrative of the music is like adapting and evolving the year as the years go on.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you throw out the old narratives once you've found a better narrative?
Oh, I feel like SI. One of the things that I have a fear about it is that it's really good at like selecting its memory. Like if there's something like it just since it's like getting rid of details, I feel very forgetful on top of forgetful because I'm not trying to remember a bunch of details. I'm just like it just narrows down to like a few SI or just like a list of small things, and your mind just feels very selective in what it wants to remember, and then the DI of it just makes it you awesome at the end of the story.
But
But like,
it's like you almost need the story in order to know where the details fit into the story or how to interpret them.
well, yeah, it's like maybe it's like when I see the story, it's just a movie playing out, and if I told you the details, a lot of times I'll tell you the details like just in a line. I'll tell you as they happened, and because it'd be weird to tell you them like backwards, right? Like
But
I feel like
within the context of the story, like if suddenly the story of you seeing the solar eclipse turned into a story of like I don't know, a romance or something like that, so then you would have to like restructure it.
well, it's
Go
being
ahead, Kelly.
restructured.
Kelly think wants to say something. No?
No, I was just agreeing. I don't want to interrupt because
Okay.
It's I
messes
mean
up
it's
the
being
flow.
we're rewiring it right now, because like now in a few days when when the solar eclipse hits me or whatever it hits me, the story is going to play out of what I'm talking about right now, and then what I'm talking about right now. Like because now it's just like anything has to connect what came next. It has to like it like if I'm thinking about it long enough, this conversation is going to bubble up in the solar eclipse memory SI like folder that in the library,
Yes.
the book. It's there.
Yes.
It's gonna be there.
They're going to be connected now. Yeah.
Oh god, I don't want that. Like, there's no
You don't
solar eclipse here. Why am I thinking about this? There's no. Yeah.
Is it to
Yeah,
keep the story straight, maybe? Like, because you've told the story now and you've told the story before, and so there has to be like a continuousness of the story. Because now, if you wanted to change the narrative, you've already used this narrative.
Maybe it's like parsing, where like I want to parse out the actual eclipse event and then what's happening here, but now they're getting intermingled, and like
Yep.
it's Demon SI. Like I don't want to like my Annie's like hella abusive. with the thoughts.
The NE is like, it's all connected. This
Look
is
at
all
it,
connected.
man.
And you're like, no, it's not.
I'm like, hey, look at Glitch's profile. It's basically a solar eclipse. Look at that.
yeah.
Basically, it's either solar eclipse or
atom.
Satan's any symbol or something.
Sigil of Satan, yeah.
Sigil of Satan.
I don't know. It's like an atom with a couple of cool rings about it.
Yeah. Or like one of
Yeah,
those
it's
clocks with all of
it's
the
an aura
things.
theme. And you know what that is. Okay.
Yeah.
And
Look at it. It's big.
yeah. Thanks for zooming in.
Is there a baby Jesus in there?
It's an
It's a baby.
It's an angel. This is my, I don't know what you call it, it's my intuitive connection between atoms and angels.
Is
Oh,
that
you
a
made
Dan
that?
Brown book?
Yeah.
Yes, it's a Dan Brown book, or yes, you made it, or both.
No.
Yes, I made it. I don't know
Yes, you made
who's
it.
Dan Brown.
That's right. Sorry. Dan Brown is an author who wrote a book called Angels and Demons. And so when you said it's atoms and angels, my brain was like, oh,
Right.
isn't that a Dan Brown book? Yeah.
Okay, you're also doing SI or intuition or whatever, something. I don't even know.
Okay, so you drew this thing?
No, I didn't draw it. I just freaking connected them. I made the freaking profile picture. I didn't draw it, no.
All right.
That'd be
So you
insane.
connected.
I should draw it.
Kelly, do you have any thoughts that bubbled up about what we were talking about earlier?
Like a million. You got to give me a more specific prompt.
We're talking about our body and
Or the narratives.
just how it SI. I mean, sorry.
I think SI is the organizational backbone to any SI brains. So things get all convoluted by ideas. They get connected by ideas, right? So like he's talking about the solar eclipse and he was talking to us about the solar eclipse. So now like the ideas we talk about here are going to be connected to the solar eclipse, and like he's going to remember that image and any other random thing that popped into his head. So like maybe he's going to think about the solar eclipse and his foot falling asleep and be like, why are those connected? I don't know. And so when you go back through and you iron out the narrative, you are basically reconnecting the dots of the sensory that created the NE connections in the first place, I think. And
Yeah,
so then you
that's a
can
great way.
untangle it. Yeah.
And that takes a long ass time.
It does.
So NE is naturally tangling them together, and then the SI processing is going to
Yeah.
untangle them.
Yeah, I think so. That makes sense for how my brain works, at least right now.
Or maybe tangle them in a more optimal way.
It'll just clarify like why things are connected, and so then
Why they're
depending
there
on
you
what
go. The why.
yeah, like so right. So like depending on why I'm trying to talk to somebody or why I'm trying to remember this, I can eliminate unnecessary anecdotes and details because I remember like, oh yeah, that was there because of this, or that was there because of this.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's good.
It's super hard. Yeah, NE is a hard one to catch.
It's like separating the meat from the bones, sort of thing.
Yeah.
What is that funny?
It's just a very graphic visual.
I was like, wait. I'm like, doesn't that...
like, literally. Yeah. Yeah. I think of it when I was thinking about the visual I was thinking of as like sentence structure. So like if you think of like a massive run-on sentence and then like you go back through and you organize like if you're editing that and you're like, okay, what is the point of this sentence? What am I actually trying to say? What's actually needed? Like, it's all connected in my brain. But then if I think about, okay, like, what is the actual subject of the sentence? And then I have all these things that are added onto it. What actually describes the subject or the point of this sentence, and what can I cut
What
off?
can you get rid of? Yeah.
Yeah, and it's something like organizing it, each part helps me figure out what I can get rid of. That's really not
So yeah,
sensory. That's
getting
still,
rid of the meat.
yeah, yes, cutting meat off the bone. Yes, yes. Except, yeah, yes, yes. Yeah, this person only wants what is it? I can't even think of a single piece. This person only wants flank. I don't know. This one wants I don't even remember the names, but yeah. That works. That's all I got.
How would
That's
you
all you got.
program an AI to do SI then?
Well, I guess
Um,
first, why do they need to do the SI?
Oh, there you go. Externalize it.
Boom.
What?
No, that's exactly it. So before you can do the SI, you need to know why. Like, what's the purpose of it?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
There you go. That's the externalizing element to it. Otherwise, you just don't do it.
Mhm.
Well, I feel like SI just happens, but I feel like if I'm blasting and SI is part of blasting, I have to know the why, so I know what specific
Mm-hmm.
SI to include. But
Mhm.
I'm still trying to wrap my head around the whole
Like to
external
catering
thing.
it. It's the catering it. You're catering
Yeah,
the
I liked
SI
that.
to
I took a screenshot of that. The catering word, I liked that. That made intuitive
Yeah.
sense to me.
right.
The SIFE.
But like, yeah, why are we teaching AI to do SI? Because we want them to be able to discern, like, this is so literal and dumb, sensory that is valuable for a specific task or applicable to a specific task.
Yeah.
Is
yeah.
that?
I agree.
Yeah.
So like, how would you get it to give us the directions on a GPS? Like that would be the sort of thing that you would need to know. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
SI directions would be directions that are extremely catered to what you're doing.
Exactly.
So like they would have to know how fast you're driving, because like random SI tangent, I hate it when it's like turn right, but it tells you to turn right like 100 feet before you're supposed to turn, and
Right.
like
Oh, it's horrible.
yeah. So like that's one thing, but then also I don't know, you already give it like a map of the area. And you're already giving it where you want to go, which is really the value. The value is where you want to go, right? So, and the general, it'd be good if it knew general traffic patterns, which they already feed it.
Yeah.
Yeah, the only improvement I could see to the SI delivery of GPS would be like timing, and then sometimes what it tells you versus what the road signs say don't match.
So I get what the disconnect is, because so my NI is taking how you would do that SI, right? And it's saying, oh,
Yeah.
you would do the same thing for cooking instructions. You would do the same thing for any of these other instructions.
Yeah. Whereas
How
I'm
do you
breaking it down to the very specific application.
how do you study for a test or any of this stuff is it's all the same to me.
Wait, in what way is it the same?
It's the same sort of SI thing. It's breaking down a task into its purpose and how to achieve that purpose in steps.
Yeah, that would be a good NI description answer.
Right.
Yes. Yeah.
But it's missing all of the nuance that
Right. Yeah.
hey Ron.
Yeah, it's really funny. I thought I was trying to give somebody an NI answer once, and they were like, "That's too vague," and I was like, "That doesn't seem like me." Hello, person I don't know, Ron.
Good day. Is my
Wrong.
sound better this time? I think the last time it sounded like I'm underwater or something like that.
No, you were okay last time. You came back from improv again?
Yes, but this time I was more on my head, so I have another vibe today for sure. And I'm eating something now because I didn't eat yet, so yeah. But really, my sound was fine because I watched the replay and I always felt I'm underwater. That's what it sounded like to me when I spoke.
You have a little bit of an echo, but it's nothing like obnoxious. But yeah, when
Yeah,
you
but
say
this time I'm
underwater,
using the microphone. That's why.
it's
But
probably better than what you're remembering.
I still have an echo. I don't know what's about StreamYard.
It's not.
On Zoom, I don't have the issues.
It's nothing worth worrying about.
Okay, got it. So, what did I miss?
Yeah.
A lot.
Okay, let's just recap the past 2 hours.
Yeah, go ahead, Glitch. We basically just talked about SpongeBob. Do you know who SpongeBob is?
Yeah, there you
I was
go.
gonna say the same thing.
Yes, I know that one. Not my favorite show, but I prefer watched it when I
Oh,
was
Oh,
a kid.
you can't be friends with David now.
David's like, I'm not coming back on your channel, Benjamin. What is this shit?
SpongeBob, come on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I watched quite a lot actually about of SpongeBob, but yeah, it wasn't a show where I would say, okay, do I need to watch it again? At least not for me.
What about
Well,
Ren and
this is
Stimpy?
worse.
You ever watch Ren and Stimpy?
I don't know what it is. No idea.
No.
This
Is
is
this
a song about a
this?
whale.
What are they about? Yeah, as I ordered food, I just got, you were at the SI description, or what was your topic?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. We're talking about just SI and NE. It seems to be like one of the hardest things for us to wrap our heads around what they mean.
I think the definitions I saw on the objective personality was also not that great. If I can share my screen, I think I can give you my definition on how I see it.
Yeah, go for it.
Sure.
It's good to bounce your definition off of real SI users to have them tear it to shreds.
Yeah. At least my ISTG mom, she was really for the definition. She liked it.
Oh, good.
I'm told how to share it. Let's see. Screen 2. Let's try this. And no, see, you're probably using yourself. Okay, got it.
Oh yeah.
Then let's let's the you guys. Okay, let's do it like this. I always have this nice annotation tool here. So let's also do this much more professional. Yeah, so how...
Oh shit, that's the wrong one.
Yeah.
This one here.
Oh, okay. No, yeah, I'm right. Okay, now I see it.
Okay.
Yeah, so in the end, how I see SI, for me, it's one word. And in German, I mean, you don't need to know the German word, but this would be the best one for German. It would be bewahren. And in English, it would be translated something like preserving. We are preserving something. We want to keep the current state of things as they are, and we want to take it to the future. So when I read a lot about SI descriptions overall, what I've seen there, and I always wondered, why are they dutiful? Why are they so detail-oriented? Why is this stuff coming up over and over again? And when I was thinking about it, when I was writing on the ISTP book with Joyce, I came, to in the end, one conclusion, which, at least for me personally, blew my mind. And that was, if you want to preserve something, you need to know the state of that thing you want to preserve. And in that case, for introverted sensing, probably something more physical, or at least the inner image you received from that inner, from this physical perception you received before. You got to know the state, and now you want to preserve the state because the state got familiar to you. So also a word I really find quite important is the word familiar. I also like to call it a drive, because what this function is driven to do, at least from how I see it, is it's driven to have the familiar world protected. That's why SI users are also so resistant to change, because they want to keep the familiar world. So as mentioned, we need to have the details to preserve the current state. Let's see. Yeah, and if we would contrast it with extrovert intuition instead, so that would be SI. I mean, extrovert intuition is all about exploration, possibilities, and so on, all the different connections they're doing there in their mind. And yeah, if you're always looking for something new possibilities, new shiny, nice concepts, things you want to go to. I mean, if you are going to the next concept, to the next, do you need to know the details of what the current state of things are? I don't think so. You don't need it. Why would you put all the work into in remembering all the details if you can just jump to the next possibility? So that's in the end the SI and EX is how I see it. SI is really preserving the current state, while NE is checking, okay, for a new possibilities. And as they're only checking for new possibilities, they don't need to know the details.
I mean, from what I know, I would definitely agree that that's one aspect of it. I don't know if that's the entirety of it. What do you guys think?
I would have one more sentence I would need to add, and then Cami could have the other comments. Yeah, so if we do that, as I also read stuff from different authors, YouTube channels, and so on. So John Beebe, for example, he called SI always reviewing. They reviewed something. And for me, reviewing is always referring back to the current state. What's the current state? I mean, the current state could also mean some kind of sequence to preserve the current state. So they need to review the details. That's why we have the details. And then there's one thing missing, which BB did not know, or did at least not mention anywhere. Why do they need to review it? Because they want to preserve it for the future. So in that case, we have the SI and E axis. So
Very good.
Yeah.
You want to go first,
We-
Kelly?
Yeah.
Take that on.
Yeah, I resonate with a lot of what you're saying. The specific word that I'm getting stuck on, that I'm exploring, is this idea of preserving the current state. Because I think, so the random directions that my brain is going in is how all these axes have introverted, extroverted, or, you know, like the TI is balanced by the FE, or the TE is balanced by the FI, SI by NE, SE by NI. Obvious, too many details there, but so anytime you're exploring, you have to have some place to come back to, right? Like you've got to have that balance. Otherwise, like you may not be able to build anything. So like if I'm trying to build something and I'm going to explore, I can only build if I have something to compare it to. So NISE, they, in my theory right now, are going to go explore all these, concrete experiences, but they're basically filtering them all to see if it's going to affect or change their stacked NI, right? So likewise, I am preserving to a degree a sequence, a specific sequence that has worked for me, or things that I know I like. But I'm also, constantly exploring, and that can change. And as I'm exploring new things, it does change, but there's like a cost to changing it. And I feel like that's true of any I function. Like,
Yeah.
so
agree.
I hold that threshold for the S, and the other axis holds the threshold for the N, and you could say the same about the decider axis. So definitely preserving it, but like I want to push against this idea of like we don't ever change. It might just feel like we don't ever change in comparison to SE and I.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think the same thing happens with NI, where the confirmation bias is basically how we preserve it. We're preserving the NI assumption, and then any SE we're getting in, we're going to be like, oh, that fits into my NI, and then we're just going to confirmation the bias the hell out of it. It doesn't matter what new information we get. We're just going to hold on to that.
Right.
That
Whereas
concept.
I will repeat the process until I am sure that this process doesn't work anymore. And then I will let all the NE that I've taken in change my process.
Right. Yeah.
Mhm.
And same
Yeah.
thing for review. Review is a word we're using for sleep. Oh, sorry. Go ahead,
Review.
David.
Oh yeah, I just want to review, sensory review his work and see if I should preserve it for the future.
That was good.
So obviously the first one, I mean, I don't know German, so that one's off the list. I don't know even how to pronounce that.
Yeah, in the end, it's preserving. Yes.
But yeah, preserving. Yeah, I like that preserving. Familiar. We were talking about that earlier with familiar. Drive. Does SI have a drive? I don't. It has a direction, so I guess I could see drive a little bit. Familiar world for sure, for sure. Just trying to get familiar with all the sensor details, like this mouse is this mouse, or this microphone is this microphone, or these headphones, or all the sensor details of my life. But then yeah, the best one, which is what me and Kelly are agreeing on, is the details to preserve the current state. And when I was thinking about this, the connection that hit me was like Jordan Peterson. He talks about like how you think like with your whole body, and maybe that has to go with what we're saying earlier with like what the bodily thing is with SI. Is that I do feel like I'm thinking with all my body, like every like muscle that I just feel like when my body like clenches up when something's cringe, or when I have like an idea that's a bit stronger, I could feel like my body gets pulled towards that. And then also it's like when like you're meditating, you have to like stay in that the current physical state. And then the second you get up and walk around, you just like lost all of those thoughts that you're having. And then you can only like connect them back without knowing the details. And it's also like it's like dreams. Like when you wake up and you had a bunch of dreams last night, like if you get up and start walking around, then you will forget the dreams a lot more than if you were just to sit and stay in your bed and then remember the dreams from there. And so there's like to remember the details, you do need to like preserve the current state. So like the thing with my foot earlier, how I moved my foot, like it was staying the same, and then the SI changed, and then like that's when I don't like my thoughts will change with, oh, bye Kelly, thanks for coming on.
Bye Kelly.
By the way, do you still need this screen? Because I
Oh no, I'll get rid of it. So one of the things that we were processing before was that it's also reducing. Oh, that's the noise glitch.
Sorry.
All good. So is that you were getting rid of extraneous details depending on the application of the SI. So the SI, from what I understood, you were talking about the SI is still the same SI, but you, depending on how you apply it, it will remove parts of it or change it in some way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So the application was an important part to the SI. Like it. Yeah.
Yeah. Like how would I tell a story about the solar eclipse if I were to talk about, the conversation I had with my friend or my cousin, like that's not, I'll shave that detail off, or how I would tell you directions. I wouldn't tell you every single roundabout. I'll just tell you I'll shave those details off.
But they're still present. Like they're still there.
Yeah,
because you might need to externalize them at some point. Like they might be useful. Yeah.
They're there for sure. But yeah. It's like it's the path of like least resistance. Like you want to have the least amount of
lowest energy. So this is something I got a bunch of SI users, or like all of the users a while back, just to sort of try to describe their own function. So this is what, I don't know if you agree with it anymore. Like it might just be really bad, but this is what we got way back then. So I don't know, the responsibility to discover, assign, create, and associate meaning and consistency to the physical world, its impressions and effects, and to create and maintain reliable and comfortable systems and habits for daily physical life. I don't know how accurate that is, but that's what the SI users got.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's pretty right.
That's pretty right. Okay. Yeah, that's what they were all saying.
It's right, but I find it way too abstract. It could be really simplified. An example, what I just showed you, if you say preserving the current state, then you could just kick probably most of the description away and have it more concrete.
But for us, we're also preserving the current state and intuition. Like what you did just now, for example.
It's not a
you push back.
Right,
you push back on me using your NI. So you kept your NI. You're like, I don't like this. I want my NI more. My NI is more reduction. So you weren't pushing back from what SI actually is. You're pushing back from what your NI about SI is. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's hard. I could say that's right, but to prove it to myself, I would have to do TISI and just think about every single, like I got to make sure every single, like it would take a long time because I'd
Yeah.
have to prove it, you know.
The other thing is this isn't very NI. Like this is what SI users told me to write, you know? Like this isn't an NI description of SI. This is an SI description of SI.
Yeah, I can tell because they know they can't spell identification.
Does that? Oh, that was this.
Is
It always changes. This Google thing always changes it.
Oh.
Here too, analyzing it once it with an S, all this kind of stuff. So okay, yeah, these are just the dimensions one after another.
Yeah, no, I was just picking on that for no reason.
Yeah.
It's just the red line was bothering me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here too, identification. What does it want me to change?
It's
the same thing.
first N. It's saying indentification.
Identification. And what did this one change to?
It says indentification. Like
You just need to remove the M, the second letter.
The second
yeah.
M.
All right. Other people have access to this doc, I guess. You don't.
Yeah, maybe they're changing it without. They're just like.
This says identification.
What? They all say indentification.
There's an N there. Okay, yeah, I see that. Okay, yeah. Thank you. See, I need SI for this stuff.
You need the red lines, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They all say identification. It's kind of vague.
Yeah, they're all identification functions. SE, NE, NI, SI.
That's wait. What were they identifying? Like what was what in what realm? I guess that's.
You see all the words around identification.
Okay, I'm just saying, like it
identifying.
sounds like judgment, like when you
Yep.
judge something, you're identifying it, and these are all perception functions.
No, so evaluations is the judging word.
Oh, okay. Wait, evaluation sounds like feeling. You're evaluating it with your feelings.
It is feeling. Yeah, you're right. It is feeling.
Yeah, but thinking also has evaluations.
That's right. It does.
No. Okay. This is a very, very abstract way of going about defining these functions.
Yeah.
Just classifying vague words. Not how I would go about it, but
so
I was gonna say something about SI. That is the way you're describing it. It reminds me of the Kabbalah, like how different people define SI. Like some people see SI as like a catalog. It's just like remembering specific information. Well, the way kind of you're defining SI is more like application of that information, like using it, or I don't know what you're saying, preserving it or whatever.
Yeah, like cataloging it is kind of what David was saying. He's like cataloging the sensory.
Yeah, but
it's inside out.
So that's like in the Kabbalah, that's like wisdom. Like you have the information, but it doesn't necessarily have any meaning. I think the way Jung describes it is more like understanding, which means it curates information, and it keeps the qualia attached. It keeps the how to say this, just the feeling, the experience itself. Like you can, it's more than just like memorizing like anything. It's more than memory. It's and then there's like systems like OPS, which have a more of a knowledge. In the Kabbalah, it would be like knowledge, which is applying that information, like organizing the sensory. I don't know if anything of what I said made any sense.
Vaguely, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that a lot of this like preservation or whatever, I think that's being like, it's all being conflated. Like it could work in some contexts, or maybe it's a combination of things. I just trying to apply the functions to everything. Just it just conflates things and makes things confusing.
So I can definitely tell you're using any. Sorry, yeah.
Yeah.
You're using
Yeah.
any, yeah. You don't want to group it all into one bucket.
Yeah. I mean, I could, but then that bucket, there's smaller buckets in that bucket, and
yeah, parsing it.
They all interact with each other in certain ways. That's kind of how I see things.
Yeah, I was thinking about the movie Inside Out. Have you seen Inside Out? It's another kids
Yeah.
movie.
Yeah, I've seen some of it.
Kids movie. You watch SpongeBob. Don't talk bad about Inside Out. It's an adults movie.
Oh my god.
Okay, sorry. Inside Out is a professional movie.
No, I'm just kidding. I'm just messing with you. Don't worry about it.
Wait, what is this? Inside Out 2 is coming in June 2024. That's
Yeah,
soon.
they add new emotions. They add the anxiety.
Oh, anxiety.
Emotion.
That's what I'm looking at. Yeah. They're adding anxiety, and she comes in with all her baggage. I remember the trailers. But the connection I'm making is they also have like a kind of sort of like an SI way of looking at it. Like you're inside their mind, and you have like the controllers, which are like the characters in the movie, and then you have all these like balls, which are memories, and you have like happy yellow balls and like sad blue balls, and then you have like physical green
Sad blue
balls.
balls. Yes, sad blue
Sad
balls.
blue balls. Yeah.
Oh my god.
You said it, not me.
I'm looking at them. They are blue balls, and I remember they're sad. Their memory. Okay, sorry. Let me get that aside. They're sad memories that are inside blue spheres that are like glass. They're about 9 inches in diameter. I'm not masculine sensory, but they're there, and you don't want to have a lot of them in your life. You want to have the yellow balls. There you go.
Yellow balls are better than blue balls. I got you.
Yeah, Inside Out's a movie. I'll watch the second one for sure.
Yeah, so when I saw it, I was really thinking it's a very SI-FI way of processing emotions, because it's like so connected to subjective experience.
Okay.
It's like a memory bank of all the emotions that she went through.
Yeah, memory bank, catalog.
Yeah.
Preserving.
Catalog.
And then, the ones
right,
that get
and the way to
tossed
preserve
out.
it. Right, the ones that get tossed out. Right, cataloging it. Yeah. The library.
Yeah, we know this stuff. Like we know what SI is, but it's like, how do we know? Like, that's why we love this function stuff so much. If you're here in the community or doing typology, you love it so much because there's just so many. I love it so much because there's so many different ways that you can understand it, and like it's animalistically, like what these are. Like you know what a number one is, like when they walk in the room, stuff like that. Like sometimes, yeah, or like the double masculine person, and or watching TV shows, like the sexuals modality live show is coming up this. Yeah, double deciding was. I don't know, it's not double deciding, but of course I just did it. I just did my addiction. I just did it. So yeah, it's kind of like catching myself and then cataloging that and being like, okay, I gotta go watch that because it's going to happen. What Ron was saying. I'm preserving that fact because it's going to happen again in the future. So we come into this typing stuff and we're like, hey, look at this. This is great. And I was like last night I was organizing kind of a lot of voice memos I made to myself. and like the ones from like a long time ago, it was hard for me to hear because I was just like, well, there's a lot of difference, but it's like the functions are still the functions like years ago. They're still coming out in the same, you know, save your demons sort of way, and but it's like, I don't know, whatever though. I'm channel changing now. Let's go. What about Looney Tunes? I'm trying to talk about Looney Tunes. Looney Tunes has a great way of showing the section modalities, and this is what I believe this is what Dave said, and that he took the sexual from Bugs Bunny. Like maybe that's how he figured it out, and like how what would be your guesses for the modalities for some of the characters? So I'll give out 4. You have like Taz, kind of the devil, the Tasmanian devil.
Yeah, right.
You got Bugs Bunny, and then you have Tweety, and then you have Marvin the Martian. So I think those are what they're pointing at there. So like, what would be your guesses for those in the section modalities?
Bugs
I mean,
is
Taz is
more,
obviously your double masculine.
Yeah. I'm sorry, double masculines, that we put you into Taz, but that'd be done.
Marvin is feminine, masculine. I don't know.
Yeah.
And
Marvin.
Tweety is the double feminine there because damn, he's got that punch back when he looks all sweet and innocent, but when you mess with him, you go
he goes ghost mode on you.
Yeah.
Tweety's not scared of the tribe. It's the feminine DE.
Yeah.
The cat the cat's always chasing him.
He's the real threat. Tweety's the real threat.
Yeah. It's like Tom and Jerry kind of thing.
Bugs Bunny is also the real threat. You just don't see it either.
Yeah, Bugs Bunny.
He's not scared of the tribe at all. He's like, hey, what's up?
Yeah, he's audio, right? He's always doing his audio.
Yeah.
Hey, Doc. I can't do his voice, damn it. But yeah, that's what he said.
Sure.
He's cool.
Yeah, but I could also see Bugs as a double feminine. Why not?
Yeah, that does make sense.
By the way,
he's not masculine tribe. Sorry, go ahead, Ron.
Yeah, I just wonder because every time I hear INTPs or ENTPs, they're always talking about movies. Why is that?
It's NEFE. We try to make other people feel like they're in a movie sometimes.
I haven't noticed that pattern, but it might be.
It's like
they like to talk about archetypes for some reason.
Yeah, the exaggeration into archetypes is definitely what it feels like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To abstract things to their core reality.
It's a bit advanced for me, but yeah. All right.
Yeah, Jordan Peterson says the same thing. Like the core reality of something is abstract. Like the archetypes are more real than reality because they are the sum of all of reality.
Yeah. Just looking at
the collective unconscious. No.
Also, that's tied into there somehow too.
Okay.
It's all connected.
Yeah. Like Taz being the double masculine, I feel so bad. Like that's a bad representation to have. It's like a good representation, like accurately. But, like I wouldn't want to be a double masculine and be like, I guess I'm just decider. I'm afraid of offending the tribe. That's like
Tiny Toons. Did you ever see the Tiny Toons stuff?
The Tiny Toons? No.
No.
I'll take a look.
So there's one. What's her name? Elmira or something like that. Yeah, we're from different generations.
Yeah, Luniversity.
Right. So I think Elmira was a good example of a double masculine.
Elmira. Who is that in here? What color are they?
Let me see if I can pull it up. You can share your screen too.
Oh, and that.
Let me share mine. So I think that was her name.
SpongeBob.
Yeah, there she is. So here she is. She's like walking around, hugging everything and just crushing them to pieces. And she wouldn't understand why things are always running away from her.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, here. That evil little grin while she's hugging things. I can't believe you don't know Tiny Toons. You know SpongeBob and not this?
SpongeBob's a classic. Tiny Toons is Poopy Toons.
Oh my god.
Right.
Are you insulting this?
I see
He's
the
a double
connection.
masculine.
Like, look, there's Taz. There's Taz. There's 2 double masculines. Look at that.
This is a Tiny Toons Taz, yeah. Oh yeah, they were funny when they went out at each other. He found his match. he like tears in with his like whirlwind trying to destroy everything, and she's like, "Oh, you're so cute," and she like cuddles him, and he's like, "No, get off me," and he tries to run away from her. Yeah.
I see it for sure. Like every other picture of her with someone else, she's just like crushing them. But then the one
Right.
with Taz, like they're face to face.
Yeah. But like, see who's scared of who? Taz is scared of her. She's like more double masculine than him.
And double masculines are scarier in a female body than it is the male body.
Kelly is back.
Kelly's back.
I'm back, but what do I sound like? Because I'm in my car.
You're good. You're good.
Yeah, you're
Okay.
good. You sound better than Ron's echo.
Good as comparison.
You're gonna give him a complex. I don't know. Yeah, I was trying to get somewhere by a certain time. I underestimated how long it would take to get there, so I'm jumping back in.
Nice.
All
Welcome
right.
back.
Yeah. Yes. I was trying to think of an example of a double masculine that wouldn't be like offensive to somebody who's typed double masculine.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because in the movies and stuff, they definitely portray them a little bit too intensely.
Yeah, there's a little bit of
Exaggeration,
Yeah.
yeah. Archetype, making archetypes,
like
yeah. It's also a bad way to teach OPS because then you can't really see any nuance either. It's like, oh, you're not a Taz,
But,
so
like-
you're not double masculine.
the like
Well, yeah,
there could
it's
be
the
positive and
extremes.
negative like
Right.
archetype.
Exactly.
I don't know. Like, what do you
I feel
choose
like-
to exaggerate? Like when you're doing a caricature of somebody's face.
Yeah, no, because like when I'm typing on a team or something and someone is just stuck on the archetypes, then it's like, yeah, of course they're not going to fit into one of these archetypes.
Yeah, yeah. That
Yeah.
was like my first complaint with Myers-Briggs, is that like no one was fitting into any of these archetypes.
That's right. Yeah. It's you got to kind of see which one is more heavy-handed, like by this. It's usually even just like a slight amount.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, they talked about the tribe. They must be D. Nope. I'm talking about the tribe right now.
Very much sad. I do like the extremes for that. Like they pull you in a direction, and you go to the extreme, so then you know, like it's what we're saying. Like he is not Tony Robbins. We're going to the most extreme extrovert person, and then
Right.
we could scale back.
But I have a feeling that like even Tony Robbins' twin type is not Tony Robbins. You know what I mean? Like he's the extreme of his type.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or like Donald Trump would be the most intense, like consume play blast.
Right. Yeah, but then you're gonna miss like what's her name? Rosie O'Donnell. She's the same one. Or like someone else that is his twin type. You're gonna miss him. You're like, no, he's not Donald Trump. Well, obviously not.
Yeah, they're
That's
Yeah.
hilarious that Rosie O'Donnell is the same as Donald Trump.
Right.
Is she?
Mhm.
Because
Yeah.
that's really funny.
Roseanne or something. Is that okay? So it's not Rosie O'Donnell. Is it the same girl?
It is Rosie O'Donnell.
Okay, all right.
She's the same type as Trump in OPS, and I saw she's the same type in cognitive type as well.
Mm.
Mm-hmm. Isn't that the same as Miley Cyrus as well?
Miley Cyrus?
Yeah, I think she was type double masculine, SETI, sleep last. Yeah. Oh yeah, because my sister.
Yeah,
I
you're
love
right.
that. Of course. So now all I can see is Donald Trump on a wrecking ball, or like walking around singing about how he can buy himself flowers.
Nah, Miley Cyrus is not Trump.
Donald Trump, yeah, he was on Hannah Montana.
Yeah. Sorry.
All right, I'm gonna quiz you here, David. What do you think?
Oh,
There's only
okay.
three.
I haven't
There's
thought
only
about this
three.
one. Oh no.
What do you do when there's only three?
Well, like, look at the guy with the cross. Look at Alvin, man. He's crossing his arms, man. Like, it's 1, 3, 4. The number 2 is the number 2 is the manager in the show, right? He fills the
Maybe.
number 2
Yeah.
role.
Yeah, there you go. You got it.
Boom. That's fast. That was fast.
Yeah, and they paralleled them too with the Chimpettes. Yeah.
Yeah, the Chimpettes. That was a fun movie.
That was a movie. All right.
Yeah.
Different generation, man. It's all good.
I didn't watch the TV show. Or wait, did I watch the TV show? I don't remember.
We didn't really have a choice, man. At my age, like whatever was on was on. If the Chimpettes was on, that's all you got.
SpongeBob was on. No. I would watch SpongeBob.
If the Care Bears was on, that's what you got, man. You got the Care Bears.
Masculine NI is the most Delulu function.
Who wrote that?
Maybe. Someone just made a post about that on Facebook.
Yeah, I agree. It is.
Do we have a few points on that? Because my NI is masculine.
Your NI is what?
The masculine. Did I pronounce
Oh,
correctly?
yeah, it's delusional. That's it. Yeah.
You got
100%.
It's a demon. You're double observing, and you got SE.
I say have a good NE friend. Have a good NE friend. They'll never actually get you, but they'll at least challenge you.
Yeah, for like maybe like a year or two, and then you'll overpower them from the next few.
No, you'll just wear them out, and they'll just get tired of trying to convince you you're delusional.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
David knows from experience.
I do, but like it's like the amount that like the NI kind of knew itself was a lot better than that I knew myself. And maybe it was a save your sleep thing, but like there's a lot of like golden nuggets that he had about his type. I'm talking about my ISTP friend.
Yeah,
it's a very similar type to Ron. I think it's actually that's his type. And he knew so much about himself, and that was his problem with typing, is that it was hard for him to get into it. It's because he could see himself really, really well, but he didn't do the work to puzzle out in other people their types, like ever. But like what he knew about himself and the nuggets he said that I learned were like really, really accurate. So I wouldn't say masculine NI is the most delusional function. I'd say if you're trying to listen to masculine NI and they're trying to teach you something, maybe it's delusional, but like it's I see it's actually very smart in a certain way, but like about itself, I guess. I don't know, maybe that's TINI. But yeah, he was just really good. He was really good at seeing, like he knew he was an ISTP. He could see the 4 functions, not really savior demon, not like observer decider,
That's
not
where I
really
was at too. Yeah.
not like the animals, but he could see the 4 functions and he really could tell SE versus NI. He could see his problems with FE, and but
Yeah,
like
that's exactly where I was at. That's how I
which is
typed
really
it.
good. But like he couldn't get outside of that. He couldn't like see observer decider. He couldn't see the animals or blast
Mhm.
last. You can see blast last, but he couldn't see like anything else. But like what he could see, he could talk about for a long time. One analogy, I don't know if this makes sense to you, but his masculine and I kind of he said like I wish I just had like cameras on everybody in my life and I could just like watch them and just like know what they're doing. Like that was like maybe it was like a sensory thing. Like he like ST thing. Like he wants to see all the sensory and then he like it's like demon tribe, like scared of the tribe. So it's like he's like trying to I don't know if you experienced that at all, Ron, but I definitely see with him that where that fear was coming from and why he would say that and then like how his mind operated. And it didn't make sense to me at that time. Does it make sense now? I'd say so a little bit, but like it's not what
Yeah,
I'm
I
doing
just
now. Yeah.
yeah, I just wonder if he also has Enneagram 5 also on top of that, just to take in all the information that they actually want to do the observation. Yeah, I mean, I for sure would say I'm quite an observer overall. I'm always observing, analyzing what's happening. Not really doing any interpretations in that, but yeah, just checking, okay, what's happening. Also for other people, even if I don't know how to interact with them, I mean, typical FE, how do we call it, demon thing. Yeah, but I still notice when people are not doing good or something like that. I mean, doing good, I don't mean in the work context, but if they really don't feel all right. If it happens once, okay, I guess they just had a bad day. But if you see the second or third time, then I wonder, are they all right? And then I'm asking them, and sometimes I also ask them, even if I didn't really talk to them a lot, and then they are a bit keep away. I don't know you, and then they wonder, oh, why does he see that? Am I really that obvious that I'm not doing good? Yeah, but I think that's also a lot about. I mean, I did a lot of NLP trainings and so on, all this personality theory stuff. Then you really notice a lot of things. Did this answer your question anyway?
Would you want to have the SC like knowledge, like having having a camera on somebody, like able to see their room or like what they're able to do in their life? Like do you have a fear that you like since you don't know someone's intentions, you would want to have that SC at all? Does that make more sense? Like the intentions.
Not in that way. Not in that way. I don't care about bad intentions because I know I can get through any trouble I will get in.
Good.
I guess your friend is then Enneagram 6 or something, which are a bit more fearful.
I don't. It felt like a demon like intuition thing, like kind of having a hard time.
I have something similar.
Like
It's
seeing
demon
behind the
FE.
scenes. And seeing behind the scenes. That's what intuition's doing. Like
Mhm.
he wanted to have all the sensory, or just
Yeah.
physically see behind the scenes. Yeah.
Demon NF. Yeah, I got the same thing. It's like I don't know how to interpret people. I take them at face value. But I think your friend. So how you said your friend is good at tracking his own patterns. He's probably also good at tracking your patterns. And
better than me sometimes. Yeah.
Yeah, and probably he's going to say that over and over again, and it won't ever sink in for you. Whatever those patterns he keeps telling you there, it probably won't sink in. That's my experience, at least. Yeah.
I don't think he's blasted them, but he definitely knows them. Definitely just how he reacts to things. Yeah, just different observing functions for sure. It was really.
But it's delusional.
But it's like it's in a lane for sure, and yeah. I was seeing also with him the differences. Like one coin is not a real coin, but I knew from talking with him that I had masculine OE, and that he had feminine OE. And like that's not really a coin we talk about
It is
so much,
kind of, yeah.
but like I could tell that like I was the one that wanted the cosmic chaos. I was the one going on tangents and bringing in new information and changing things around. And then his feminine SE, like it felt like he had like no like shield, like there's no like shield there for the information. Where like the masculine OE, it's like I'm checking everything. I'm like blocking out. Like I don't want to learn something I don't want to learn. I'm able to shove it away. Like he can't do that to some, like the feminine OE doesn't. It just kind of gets sucked into.
Yeah.
And yeah, it made it it made it really easily to be like gaslit, if I'd say that. It's because they're just they're always unconsciously going along with stuff. Yeah, he had a really hard time with that, especially with Demon. Yeah,
there's also the dynamic of NE versus NI. Like it's, as an NI user, it's kind of hard to have someone with NE going off. Like I definitely had to get used to it. It's very disruptive to the NI for sure.
Yeah, I know. I see that. I feel that. I'm like, oh, you're not getting it. Damn it. Because that's what I want at the end of the day. Yeah.
But yeah, the only way to really disrupt any kind of delusional function is getting something like that that's somehow opposite to it. So
Trying to
do you
figure out
feel
what
that
you're
any,
doing.
do you feel that NE can be delusional as well?
Oh yeah, I feel like NE is like that's where it lives. You know, because it has to learn from an eye, so it has to be. It's like it feels like what I've heard from my type twins is that NE is always lying to yourself in some sort of way.
Right.
Yeah, it's like making something that's real, but it's not real, but it's real because it's like what? So yeah, it definitely feels like it's trying to lie to itself to make it.
I've heard it expressed as belief as well, and choosing the beliefs that serve you.
Yeah, right. It's like you have to actually believe in it. Like it does feel like belief, or like just like you have to know it. You have to know that that's gonna that this is what is this like. You're getting me. This is a hard one to explain. Try to explain it.
Yeah.
Like, but yeah, I don't think it's completely non-delusional. I don't think it's completely delusional, because what it's trying to do is like you have like a thought here, and then you like jump into a thought, and then this is like consciousness, so it's like trying to look back at those thoughts and seeing like where did I split off, and then how did I split off, and then where was the grounding for that, like what made it do that. Like there's just so many connections that I end up making a connection that's not relevant. Like I'll do it right now. Like you said the word like tangled earlier, and what happened in my mind at that moment was I saw our human body, and then I saw all the veins in our human body all tangled up, and then I saw them get stretched around the entire world about 3 times because I watched a YouTube short the other day, and that's what I was explaining.
Yeah.
Right. And so it's like I guess with TINE, it's the NT. It's like tools. It's like gadgets. It's like how things work abstractly. So like certain words will hit me, and it'll just be like a visual, not even like almost like a kinesthetic sense of them, like tangled, like just like you feel tangled, or you can see something that's tangled, and then it tries to connect it to something.
You're saying it's less delusional but more irrelevant.
Way more. I feel that so much more. Yeah, irrelevant. Like I'll just say things. I'm like, why am I saying that? It's like I don't. I said that last time. I'm like, the intuition takes over, and I start saying something, but I don't like know what I'm saying. But since I know what I'm saying, okay, I lost myself. You see, that's the point. The point of NE is to trail off, is to get lost, and just to explore your way back into what makes sense. And that's what you were doing all day. So we're trying to become delusional.
It's hard to get delusional if you're not going all in on any single delusion.
I don't know. From my perspective, it feels like TI is delusional. Like I can't talk about NE being delusional because then my TI kicks in. Or like I was listening to my podcast from like years ago, and like I was just so much more delusional than I was now. But then I'm thinking to myself, okay, in
What's
3 more
this podcast, and where can we hear it?
No, it was just not a podcast. It was a voice memo talking to myself. It was like working on sleep or whatever.
Okay.
It was irrelevant. Any shit. You don't need to hear about it. But basically, it's like you hearing yourself from the past, which is like what SI, you hearing yourself from the past. And then the TI it's like it was so delusional, it had all the wrong logic about ops and all this stuff too, and other stuff in my life. And then like knowing the code now, you feel less delusional because you learned a new pattern. You learn like all these things. You learn why am I like stuck on these problems? Why do I think these problems are so real? They're not. Like, and now I know that, but it's like it takes a long time to like. I feel like in 3 more years, like I'll be looking back on like this and be like, whoa, I was so delusional then. And it's like, when does it end?
It doesn't.
It doesn't, right?
No, it doesn't. Yeah. All
Like,
we
it doesn't
have is
matter
our
if I know that.
delusions. Yeah. We just have the most accurate delusions we can have.
The most accurate. It does feel like the termite. It feels like the wood. It feels like the beer bottle. The Matrix. All that stuff is good different analogies that we have.
Yeah.
Like, whoa.
Yeah, I always think that like the only real delusional person is the one who thinks he's not delusional.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it also does depend on context, because we could be talking about like if we're delusional or not delusional, but then like if we're gonna go talk about something else like that, then we're delusional over here, but not over here. It's like, okay, it's like I'm 60% delusional today, and then I'll work on it tomorrow. It's like it depends on it does depend on context.
But I mean, like OPS is a delusion. It's a delusion that works. But it's still a delusion.
Yeah, it took me a while to. I did not know that for a long time, and then it fucking hit me like a train, like a sleep blast. I'm like, oh, okay, that's the scam here. I got it. I figured it out.
It's a useful delusion.
Yeah, it's a useful,
like Jungian typology. Yeah,
it's survival based. I don't know. I like survival based things. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not like I'm the best. It's like you fucking suck. You're going to hell. It's like, all right, that gets me moving. Like that's what got me moving. I was learning about Christianity. Like I got went to Christian school the whole time growing up, and the scariest thing is like you're going to heaven or you're going to hell. It's like, oh shit. So like, what the fuck? What am I? I'm like, I don't know what to do with this. It just scares the hell out of me. And not just like whether I'm going to one of these places, but it's just like imagining what these places would be like. And then it's forever. It's pain forever. Like my worst demons. It's like, oh, it's that. It's suffering. Ops works because it's delusional. Yeah. I mean, there's different aspects. We're talking about the aspects of the TI aspect of.
At the end of the day, it's cognition, and everything in our mind. All of the information structures we have are just the best we can do.
Yeah, that's how you type. You type someone because of what their delusion is. You don't type them based on what they're conscious about. You got to get them into a free-flowing state. Sorry, I'm ramping up here for some reason. I don't know.
Yeah, it's okay.
Oh, I drank Sprite. That's why. I know my SI. You see?
Yes, exactly. That's what I was talking about. This is what my dad does too. It's like, why am I?
I could tell my SI.
Why is something changed? Oh, the Sprite. There you go.
It's like I remember it was that I had some Sprite. It gave me some sugar, and then in about like 20 minutes, I'll be going down. I'll be crashing. I'll be whatever. I need more Sprite at that point. My energy drinks. Yeah, that's a good example for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so. The concept of no concept being the truest concept.
What?
Sure.
I see concept 3 times. That's all I get. Concept. The concept.
Oh, I'll put it back for you.
Yeah. The concept of no concept being the truest concept. That feels like any where you don't think any concept's right, so you got to go find the newest concept. And then that's the truest concept. Like in the moment you believe that. That's the truth.
Yeah, it's the most applicable concept to the moment, I guess. I don't know.
Oh, Bugs Bunny is not double feminine. Yeah, I think he's audio.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, he sticks his finger in the gun, and the gun blows up. That's audio.
That's audio. That's my definition. I use
that's pushing back on the sensory. That's
You're right. Yeah, I know. He didn't feel like the scare. I don't know. I don't know how to say Bugs Bunny. Yeah, I need to watch it in the moment and know that connection then and stuff. Ops is Ops delusional. I've seen that one. Great selling title. The concept of no concept. Oh gosh. I'm reading some of the chat. I find it funny.
By the way, in this document, the cognitive functions were described as being responsible for it. Is that real responsibility? Because when I think about introverted thinking, yes, I mean, my own thoughts, my own, how I like to call it, clear world, my consistency, yes, I myself need to be all right, or true or correct, whatever you want to call it. But if I'm thinking about if I put it out there,
yeah, that's right,
my thoughts, and then how Ops calls it, a tribe takes then take it. I mean, I'm not responsible anymore for the tribe, what they do with the information, am I?
Yeah. So this is the perspective of the functions from the lead function. So anyone who is TI first, this is how they would experience their TI. So it's not. So the word responsible is there because it's a primary function.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just not sure if I feel really responsible. I mean, what I talked about before was the drive, right? The drive, like the familiar world. And for me, the cognitive functions in the end is also just a drive. What are you driven by? And the word responsibility just doesn't fit, because responsibility, at least for me, would be something to be really accountable for it. But if I'm in the mood, I can just throw TI away completely if I want to. It's probably hard,
I can't.
if
throw TI away.
Yeah, no, not me.
Yeah. You can't throw it away. Yes.
I just wish I would, think about the tribe a little more. Like what's been helpful is to actually, like, for examples of like trying to talk about a function. Like I can go all day thinking about it with myself, but then I'd like the tribe is fuzzy. Like that's the daemon DE, and so like I pick like one tribe. Like okay, they have this function. Okay, thinking. It's like, and then I can find one good thing, and I'm like, oh crap, there's like all these tribe members. I'm like, I can't. That's too many of them. Like it's like it's hard to. But like I feel like that is what's helpful. That's what's been helpful for me. Getting into ops was just that. It was just I started learning about the tribe. I didn't until I was like 18. Like I barely cared about the tribe, or if there was some like older than you. Like I don't like why would you follow like these musicians or these celebrities? Like I didn't get that game.
I didn't get. I still don't get that game. That's weird.
I still don't completely get it. Right? It is definitely like it's a demon FE. It's like a culture thing. It's a demon FE. Like I can't just. Yeah. I don't hold that tightly to myself. Right. But then it's like just learning more tribe members, and then with typing. Anna was saying earlier, she's like, yeah, I love learning about people's stories and just getting to know how they process things. And
yeah,
it's that. Not
Annie was saying, yeah.
Yeah, it's that. It's like that's that, and that's what's been helpful.
You love that? You want to hear other people's boring ass stories? Okay. Well, I guess I should do that. I should do more of that too.
I don't know. Maybe it's NISE thing. Maybe.
It's also tracking. It's also tracking them. It's like, where are they in their story? Not only what is your story, where are you in your story? Like,
yeah.
When you came on, I was like, how was your test?
Yeah.
That's me tracking you and your story.
Maybe,
yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
When Ron came on, I was like, oh, how was your improv?
Yeah, that's like, yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
I see it like when I graduated high school, it was at that point where I can finally like say what high school was. But like when I'm in college right now, I can't say what my college experience was, or like how is college going for me. I'm like, I don't know the whole story of it. I need to like complete the thing. and then I'm able to reflect on, oh, I went up here, down there, and then I was middle there. Like, I don't know.
That's what I was talking about with the narratives. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you don't
And
know
it's
what your narrative is. You're going through it without knowing what the narrative is.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. And then once you're done, you can sort of process the narrative.
Right.
It's like the end.
And then
Yeah.
you get to like, it might not be, this is where SI feels subjective, is now you get to choose what the narrative kind of was. You still have
There
the
you go.
fact.
You
but
can
still be like,
yeah.
yeah.
You can
But,
rewrite what's it called? Retcon.
Retcon. Yeah. So I think that's
Yeah.
what it is. Yeah. Like, how am I gonna retcon the solar eclipse story? Because now it's all over here. It's all around here.
You're gonna
But
have to stop
it's not even
drinking
around
Sprite.
here. It's around this week. It's around the past week, and now it's like I'm trying to bring it to an end because the solar eclipse happened. It's over. I'm gonna talk to people about it for about another week. So like it's also the overview of it. It's a whole
But
story.
you're gonna see another solar eclipse one day in your life, and it's gonna come back.
That's the thing. What is gonna come back? Because I'm trying to make more any connections now. Like, what is gonna come back? Is it gonna be like, I think the SI is just gonna come down to, oh, I talked about it on the Benjamin panel, and then like that's where it ends. Like that's where my and these ideas come from it, and then I can think about, okay, and then the play energy is like, Kelly was like, yeah, and then you thought about your foot, and then you thought about this other thing. Well, look, I already forgot about that other thing. Like that other thing's gone now.
So here's the
what it was.
reviewing, right? Yeah. So this is the reviewing now.
Yeah, now I'm
So
reviewing it.
SE doesn't need to review that. Yeah, for sure. I don't review
Yeah.
that kind of thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
I will review the NI, not the SE. Not this
Oh yeah,
like
because we were talking about that when we were reviewing Ron's presentation with
Right.
I remember that I thought in my mind, oh, I like the black and the red. It's got a nice contrast.
Oh,
Just
I was
like-
wondering. I was actually wondering about that when it was up there, the black and the red. I'm like, I wonder what these SIs think about this because they're
It's
very
good.
particular about their colors in there.
I don't know. I'm not super an artist, but
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, come on. You showed us your art last time.
oh, I'm so bad though. I'm not. The art was trash. It was trash. I had to use a ruler. I didn't say. I remember I needed because I reviewed that clip, and I remember what I didn't say when Samuel asked me. He's like, "How did you do it?" And like I forgot to mention that I used a ruler to mark out the boxes. But I was gonna say the boxes weren't actual real rectangles. So if you go back and look at it, no, they weren't real squares. They were, and I did that on purpose. It was like 9. I think it was like they just weren't like whatever. They weren't perfect squares. I guess that's the SI point. It's like, what's the relevance? I don't know. And just when I look at it now, I'm like, oh, I drew this uneven, and since I drew this one uneven, then the other one is also uneven. So both of them are non-squares. They're just quadrilaterals with uneven parts. Sorry, what were you talking about?
It's all good. It's funny how like you get embarrassed by that.
It's that's yeah. I was thinking about I get embarrassed by that because it's Lija's story with her going to poker, and she kind of figured out that you get super punished for messing up the sensory. Like instantly, you get punished really fast for messing up doing a sensory thing wrong. And you can't like you can't like mess up an intuitive thing, right? It's like you because you're just like going, I don't know. But I think what she said there was really good about that, where I'm messing it up like, and it's like SI, so it's like I'm messing it up to myself. I'm like, oh gosh, I don't remember that. Like I don't know where we are. It's like, oh, and the TI responsibility. I'm going on too many tangents here, but why do I feel embarrassed for going on tangents and stuff? It's just like I'm not SC. I'm not perceiving that you're SC and you're able to just take in SC. That like it's like you want to narrow down some SI point of what I'm saying, and then my NE is like not. It's not like letting you. It's just like, haha, I'm gonna take you on this rope a dope. Like good luck.
It just seems very unprocessed from my perspective. Like that's all it seems. It's like it's unprocessed.
Yeah. And honestly, I'm also like a kid. I do see that my brain is like moving a lot faster, just trying to process so many more things because I'm a lot younger and I haven't like had the years to like process. Oh yeah, you fill up your gas. Like I'm still scared. I'm like I'm not scared, but like I still get a weird feeling that like the first time I filled up my gas compared to now, it's a lot less. But like I don't know. I'm just using gas as an example. It's not like it's hard to do, but it feels like, as a kid, we have a lot more on our brains we're trying to process.
I mean, what's annoying to me is you got to pay your water bill, your electric bill, and your rent, and like all these things every single month. And if you miss one, you pay interest. And it's like, okay, now I got it. Like, why do we have to do this every month? It's kind of annoying.
Yeah, we should get free water and everything. That'd be great.
No, but I mean, I
yeah.
should just be able to like pay it automatically once, and then it'll just keep paying it forever.
Oh. You want to change the system. You don't like the SI of the system. You just want like a down payment on the utilities.
Well, because like I got to forward the money to a specific address or whatever, and make sure the bill is right and it's the right money or whatever. I don't know. It's kind of like what is this? You know, what's really annoying? Estonia has had bureaucracy solved since 2000. They've solved bureaucracy. I don't know why the rest of the world has not copied Estonia. Like, we would just save so much money on taxes because they have like no employees in their bureaucracy systems.
Go on.
It just doesn't make any sense to me. Like, why aren't we? It's since 2000. Like, this is like 24 years have gone by, and we still haven't like copied them. Why not? Why not? What's wrong with the world? You have all these people fighting all these other systems. It's like, oh yeah, I hear you. We need to equalize economy. Yeah, I hear you. We got a problem there and there and there. But it's like, wait, before we talk about any of this stuff, can we just copy Estonia's bureaucracy system? And then let's talk about like self-driving cars and AI.
Yes. And robots that'll make you coffee. That would be nice.
Yeah, but now I want to know, how does the system work?
Yeah, how does their bureaucracy work?
Their bureaucracy? They have centralized data that you have explicit access to and permission to give. And every time anyone wants your data, you have to put your card in and approve the data to be transferred. So what happens is you go to a doctor and the doctor's like, can I look at all of your past doctor stuff? And you're like, yes, here's my card. Look at all of my past doctor stuff, or only this date, or only this relevant stuff. You have access to all your data. So you want to pay your taxes, you have access to all of your financial information forever. And then you just go like, okay, let me transfer my financial information and taxes are paid. I want to renew my, like, it's all centralized. It's like, why is there a DMV? Why does that even exist? Why not centralize all that stuff? Why is there a passport office? Why is that different than the DMV? I don't know.
Yeah, for sure.
So we just have so many useless people. We have to wait in the line to know which line to wait in. Like, what's the point?
That's right. We're always just waiting.
Yeah,
something like that. Interesting. Yeah, but in Germany there's lots of bureaucracy also. Rules over rules. And
if you don't check the boxes all right, then you have to wait in line again to get the form again. Like, all that stuff. Like, what's the point?
I mean, so bad we are, at least in Germany.
What?
To check the boxes, then go in the line and go back again. That's not something we have. We still have the person just talking to you.
He helps you out. Yeah.
Yeah.
What's horrible in France is like the birth certificate there is like, if you didn't have your birth certificate renewed every 6 months, then you don't have a birth certificate. It's like, wait a second. Is the date I was born going to change? Why do I need a different birth certificate every 6 months? What the heck is that about? I don't know. This is bureaucracy is ridiculous. I think, and it's ridiculous that we haven't copied Estonia. That's all. That's my point. Done.
Okay. It's good ending point. I hear like the argument you make a lot more from the SENIs than the NESIs.
Yeah.
Like they're, I don't know how to say it, but it just feels like, from what my experience is, that like they like to make those like political kind of like jokes or like banter. Like, it makes sense to them a lot more than it does for, at least for myself.
What doesn't make sense about having a better system? I don't get it. What doesn't make sense about like firing all these government jobs so that you pay less taxes?
I don't know. I'm still trying to work on like NESI. Like I don't get that one.
All right.
Yeah. See, it's in a different like NI lane, right? Like maybe that's it.
Yeah,
Maybe.
maybe like division.
The NIs feel like they have a better like world like SC understanding than I do. Like they're able to jump between, like let's talk about France and then Germany and Estonia. Like let's just go.
Oh, all of the different details. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm like,
It's
like my
subjective.
SI, like I would need to go study the exact, like what does France do exactly, like all of it, and then how does it, like I would need to do what your dad did with that game.
Right.
I'd have to like know all the combinations for each, but like that just I don't study that. It just feels
Right.
like every SI has studied that, or like they make their NI really fast. They're like, you keep saying it's perfect, it's the best. Estonia has the best bureaucracy. And like you did give some proof for it, but it's just like it was like a few things. I'm like, we need like it's like
So,
this is
yeah,
government.
it's
Government's
the
like
comparison.
big.
It's the comparison. We're comparing sensory, and you're doing the juxtaposition of intuition. Like you're comparing intuition. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm also looking at like the U.S., like the vibe of the U.S. as people there, versus like France or these other places. Like I'm still like trying to factor that in, not just the sensory of the government system. There's also like would it, like I'm trying to like can it change? Like can we, like I'm trying to like play on with, can we just all go to this one bureaucracy system because it's the best one apparently, says Benjamin.
Says
Why don't we
Benjamin.
just do that?
Since
I'm like
since
why can't
24
we?
years ago. Yeah, since 24 years ago.
Yeah. Oh, you said yeah.
Yeah.
And like
It's been around for so long. It's proven itself. It's like, okay, like let's say we figured out the autonomous vehicle thing, right? And we had one country that was doing all autonomous cars, and they had like way lower traffic accidents. Everyone was getting to where they wanted to go. There's no traffic. Everything was completely solved on the car front. And then like nobody needed to own cars. You would just like order a car. It would come to you and take you where you want to go. You can like pre-order it for a certain date, like, or like every Tuesday at 5 a.m. I need a car, right? That kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
So it was perfectly solved. And then we're all stuck in these backwater places where we have to go and buy a car, do the testing, change the tires, like do all of this extra useless crap just to own our own car and keep our freedom and all that BS. And then we have accidents and people are dying. And it's just like, that country over there is solved driving. Like, why aren't we taking that for ourselves? No, it doesn't help.
No, I'm thinking it's like the car example.
Like if one place has solved the problem, why are we still insisting on being stuck in the Stone Age?
Because we need people who actually influence the people who have the money for it, and that's the difficult part.
Mm-hmm.
That's why we get stuck. In
I
the
just
end,
think
yes,
you
we
have
would
these-
need
yeah,
the central government again.
Yeah,
But
you have
then,
all
if
these-
you have a central government, it's
Yeah.
like
I want to
sorry.
change. They want the same. They want the. It works okay. It's like TE works, right? Like our Wi-Fi here is so bad because it's TE works. You know, my Wi-Fi on here isn't bad, but
Yeah.
it's like like the leaky water bucket. You know, it's like you know, you gotta like freedom and buy your own car and tires and insurance but you know, you get to own your SI. That's pretty cool. There you go. I've heard that specific pattern of they're doing it great over there. Why don't we just copy that and do it over here? And I haven't quite figured out like how to argue that yet. But like it doesn't feel internally right to my there's something off about it. I'm like, what is it?
Yeah, it doesn't have to be copied one to one, but it's like, why are we insisting on not doing something that's way better?
Maybe it's that. Maybe it's the one I'm thinking it one-to-one copy.
Right.
Yeah, because like it couldn't be. You know, there's different peoples and jobs and you know culture and stuff.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, like the cell phone example is great for that because like in Europe, cell phones are a lot easier to centralize because it's way less spread out. So like, is it still the case that you have to pay for every minute on your phone in the US?
Yeah, for some data plans. Yeah, for sure.
You have to pay for every minute of your data or every gigabyte or whatever. There's no unlimited data.
It depends on the plan because you have unlimited plans that give you just all
Yes,
this.
there's no such thing. Over in Europe and over here, at least, there's no such thing as data plans, right? But that's not because that's not because like it's not because okay, you haven't copied us yet. It's because everything there is way more spread out and it's logistically harder to do that kind of thing and it costs more. So like that's something that will happen with time as the logistics get better. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It costs more. It's the scams. It's the number 2 scams.
It's number 2 scams.
Not the number 2 scams, but like it's some sort of scam, right?
It's like you need way more towers over there because everything is so spread out.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's true.
Yeah.
Like the Apple. Like Apple's like, you know what? Screw you. We're gonna make our own phone chargers. You know, we're not gonna pair with Android over there.
I know exactly. What is that?
Like it's just like it's a marketing thing. Like you know, it's like it's not efficient.
The standardization, yeah. Standardization is nice. Like even if USB is like just a really bad thing, it's nice that we're all using the same connectors. Even if it doesn't work as well, there's like utility in having standardization.
Yeah, having it all be the same. But
right.
Then like you get to be the different brand and make more money if you change or you make less or whatever.
Well, like the Estonia thing, like if we were to all copy 1-to-1 the Estonia thing, that means we could move to Estonia and just use the same data interface and be like, oh, I don't need to transfer my data. You can connect to my data in that country. Like if the interface was the same, then yeah, that would be great. Why not?
Yeah. So like how would that like connect with ops? Like I feel like in a way we have a lot of us have gotten the language down with like saying certain, I'm just deeming aside here, like the labels or how we frame things. Like the instant someone doesn't like frame it that way, we know, oh, you're not part of this cult, you're part of that cult or whatever. That's like we could tell just based off of that, like where's like how deep someone is in it. Or like we have what you're saying of like a standardized way of communicating about it. And that really helps us like communicate about it faster.
Language. Yeah, the language. Right. So we have our own language in OPS and we're able to communicate about these things because we have that language. Yeah.
Yeah. I've seen that a lot. Like I have this ENTP, like grandpa that I talk to, and he talks about how like they would have to do like think tanks with a lot of different groups where in each like think tank, they would create their own set of like language in it. Like they would create their own set of what TI means or TE means, but like it'd be like some other abstract words. And then they would use that to communicate their thought. And we're doing the same thing here. We're just tying them to cognitive functions. You know, just my SI feels like we're being there. Like, yes, it's a lot of terms. Like you have like 500, 600 terms on their page already and stuff. I knew you were. Yeah, we're cool. Eureka TV. Like we're gonna go out into the robes. We're gonna take our robes, go out into the street, and be like, oh, come, all ye functions.
So a friend of mine sent me a video of some girl talking some weird language about something. And she's like, is this how young people talk now? And I'm like, I don't know if that's all young people or if it's just like some weird subculture that she's a part of.
Talk about slang or like, subculture.
Yeah,
for sure.
It's
like every community does. It's the echo chamber.
It has its own language, and there's like a language barrier to enter into a community.
Yeah. I feel like that's why I didn't pop up anywhere in the first I wanted to learn the language for the first 2 years, and so to do that you have to watch the interviews, which is why you're that guy, Ben. Because how many people that you've actually helped learn the language of ops just by starting the interviews. Now other people have done it in other stuff, which is great.
I mean, I know,
but when it's just Dave and Ben talking about it, it's it's so controlled. It's like way too controlled. You need to hear it from the person's perspective of how they're saying it. Yeah.
So Dave's feedback at the very beginning when I started doing the interviews was I didn't know the community knew this stuff that well and was able to talk about it that well. And so he was able to let go of the the talking down to people really quickly after that. It was like, oh, I don't have to be so basic. People get this stuff. All right.
Yeah,
Because like
yeah,
hard to
it's
know the level that people know this stuff. Yeah.
yeah, for sure.
So that was really early feedback. But I think that's your point, basically, is like
That's the
if
point.
we
Yeah,
if we know we're speaking the same language, we can just speak it. We don't have to explain the terms every time we use them.
yeah, and so, yeah, that's definitely us demon blasters get annoyed by that because I just want everyone like I want everyone to be in the same echo chamber as me, so I want them to know the language
Right.
of whatever. It could be ops. It could be.
You don't want to be the one to get them there.
I don't want to be the one to get them there. You know, I don't want to be the blaster Dave talking down to people like, okay,
Right.
so OI is an introverted
But
observer. Like he doesn't
the
go that
blasters
slow, but
want to do that. They
his early
want to be
videos.
stuck in that loop. It's like, oh, that's where they're comfortable. Like, let's get everybody on board with this.
Yeah, cool advice. Cool advice he gave you. Like he said that like people knew how to speak it a lot better after.
Yeah, it wasn't necessarily advice. It was just like a remark on like, oh, I didn't know that. Like that people were getting this stuff so well. It's like, oh, it's good that you know that now.
I think that becomes his NI is very good. He had a very good like way of explaining it and blasting out the information that we were able to pick up what he was saying. Yeah, they're both of them really good at that. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's what made it so. Mm-hmm.
No, yeah, they had the marketing down too. I think they're actually really marketing geniuses, especially at the beginning when they had those
they came down with their feet running.
Yeah.
I think you said that before.
Yeah, and then they also had a dynamic between them that was really good, like their energy dom dynamic between them. And then the fact that they are speaking the same language and they make sense to themselves, it's like, oh, you guys are understanding each other and able to banter about it. So there is something true here.
Right.
Because like you end up people with like that are alone on the internet talking in their own language and you have no idea what they're talking about and you don't know if anyone else gets it either. You're just like, I'm gonna move on. But like someone else is getting you and you're making sense to them and they're able to talk about the same thing. Okay, maybe there's something here. Yeah.
Yeah, they're really good at that. I mean, like that's what definitely drew me to them. They're both very, very charismatic people. And just they were being more conscious than other anything else. They're being more conscious, like with the banter. Like they're able to beat on each other's heads about bad parts about them. Like they'd be able to make fun of it on camera to the world.
Oh
and
yeah,
that's just
yeah. That's milk for single deciders. It's like, oh, you guys are double deciding. What is that?
How do you yeah, for sure. And the NF of it too, with all the like the terms they used. Like they can't be the terms that you have on your doc, right? It's hard to sell those because they're not like these simple like
they're pop culture terms.
And that's what the problem with the social types, where like is it responsibility? It's like to me like I have NF like as my most activated thing, and so I feel that most. I'm like I think responsibility fits more like vibe wise, but then generalization makes so much more sense to me. But then it's like, what are people saying? That's their TESC. It's like what are people?
Yeah, no, responsibility was the wrong. I think they figured that out quick. It was the wrong route to go down. Because like they were always talking about responsibility is your saviors. You're responsible for your saviors. So now there's responsibility again here. So it's kind of like wires crossed. And then at the end of the day, you're responsible, but what are you responsible for? Because like I'm responsible for TI, friends, specializing, and you're responsible for a whole bunch of useless shit. So why don't you call it useless shit instead of responsible?
I know. Yeah, like, oh, I'm demon responsibility. That doesn't make much sense. I'm super responsible.
Here, yeah. No, they picked it up really fast. They got it.
They picked it up, and I will give props to at friends here. Felix, he knew from the beginning that it was going to be over to generalist. So very good, Felix.
No. Yeah, I think it was a general thing too. I think it was a general thing. Everyone couldn't.
Was it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Everyone was pushing back on it from the beginning.
He got me.
He flexed. Yeah, he's flexing. Yeah. Okay.
It's not gonna. You're trying to change my SI, but I don't think it's gonna change.
All right. It's all good. So Loglin was the one who was pushing the term changes because of the fact that a scientific journal was never going to use sleep as something in a
Yeah,
scientific.
right.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
Or
It's like,
you can't write douchebag in a scientific journal. Sorry,
yeah.
it's not
It's
going to
like,
happen.
I'm the douchebag type.
Right. Because if
Yeah,
you
it
want to
doesn't-
push
yeah.
this stuff to academia and have like people actually study this and you know, it's one thing to
Yeah.
teach it to the public and it's another thing to put it in a journal.
Yeah. You got to bring in the TIs, man. We're doing all our TI. It just feels very TI, like all of it feels very TI. Like just from the outside, it's like they had this TESE and they're the business functions. They marketed it, and they did it really great at that. And then like what is the void that they left for us to fill? It's like, okay, what are these? What are the terms here? What are the
Yeah.
specifics?
It's a big ass
Yeah.
void.
Yeah. We need
Yeah.
to bring it back to the Alpha Quadra to fill this void over the next
There
60
you go.
years.
We need to, yeah.
Yeah.
That must be weird though to learn stuff from gammas as an alpha.
Yeah, I'd say so for sure. But I don't know. They marketed it to the alphas to some degree. They marketed it to everybody. But I don't know. At least with my type, I see that we're like we can pick up on the NF that they're pointing at when they point at like a DE being 2 DE. Like I could see that. Like I just like something that we already knew, and they were able to like point at that, or like the like of any of the functions or any of the patterns they talked about. Like I feel like I could pick up the vibes of it. Like, and I got
It's
it.
just like I know the SI NE axis has trouble with the sloppiness of the categories and
Yeah.
the
Like
the
you can't.
anecdotes. The
Yeah,
anecdotes just don't make sense to this SI. Like what is this anecdote nonsense?
Yeah, it makes like when I hear it, it makes me have to go. It forces me my NE to go look for it, right? It forces me to see it. It doesn't make a
And then
lot
you'll
of
never
sense.
see it because it's like a one-off anecdote that
Wait, SIs
not
don't like
repeatable.
anecdotes?
Huh?
SIs don't like anecdotes?
They don't know how to process the anecdotes.
I have one
those were the
anecdote
ones that made
example that helped me.
anecdotes, or
It's like you don't want to type with anecdotes, right? But on the Cody Sanchez class, I saw her doing a drinking time, and like not gonna lie, that's how I knew she was consumed last.
it's funny.
I'm like, did
It's
she
great.
sleep last? And then I saw her do it. I'm like, consume last, done.
Because it's a
When I was in-
clustering thing. It's not every consume last is going to do that.
Yeah,
So it's not an
It's
exact
clustering.
precise sensory.
right. Which can't be scientific because there's gonna be a lot of sensory that contradicts it.
Exactly. Yeah.
I don't know. I just feel like my NE picks it up really well. It doesn't need all the facts. ISTJ always looks grumpy. That's true. Yeah. Like the angry dad. And just like I'm the disappointed dad. Yeah.
And I know my problem as a TI trying to get it. Where's the internal logic structure? What are you basing this all off of?
I was just gonna say that all I was gonna say was back when I was in cognitive type and I was trying to learn the voltology signals, one of the voltology signals for SI is anecdotes. Like
Okay. Yeah, the SI log right there. That's an anecdote.
That's what triggered you there. Okay.
yeah.
Well, thanks for coming off mute to say that.
Yeah. What was your question? You asked. Oh, what's the scientific backing? Like, what is their TI behind
Yeah,
it?
not necessarily scientific backing. What's the internal logic structure of all this stuff? How does it actually? What are the mechanics?
What are the mechanics? Like of how they type?
No, of how cognition actually works.
Oh yeah. They definitely lack that. Like I feel it also lacks SE or NE or like some sort of OE. Where both of Dave and Shan are super. They're very NI. Both of them are like, yes, Shan's savior SE, but she's a lot more NI a lot of the time. Just like when but it's like there's not a lot of like the cognitive stuff. Like I'm studying cognitive psychology, right
Mhm.
now, and I'm seeing it where it's like there's some of these fit into some of these concepts over here, but
But
like
it's rigorous and robust, and it's well defined.
it's very well defined to an SI point where parsing is this. I memorize that, and then on the test it says is parsing this, and I get it right.
Yeah.
And that's what it's like. they can't do that. They can't be like, oh, drinky time. They will say, oh, it's a anecdote we use.
Yeah, you can't have drinky time on a test. What's the definition of drinky time? Can't do that. It just won't work. Like,
Yeah, it's
can you
like,
imagine learning those terms in university?
I can. I mean, because I kind of did it for not a university, but that'd be so weird. But like, yeah, for myself though, for at least TI, like I'm testing myself to know what drinking time is. Like, and I
Right.
kind of did it here. But like for not like all the terms, I don't remember all the terms. But like for a lot of them, it's like I remember that I can test myself against it. I'm like, oh, I know what that is. But it's not like a TE thing. It's like I don't know, like it's not TI enough to TE it out to other people, because then it'd be too. It's I don't know. I like the system a lot, but they definitely just chose marketing, and that's where they're stuck at. Where right now they're trying to hire and they're trying to make more content. Chan has their new shows, and now she wants to sell courses, I believe, in a few months. And Dave has profiles.
There's a conflict of interest. Yeah, there's conflict of interest because it's a business.
So from day one, they said this. Yeah,
it's a business. So how can it be academic, and how can it be? Where's the science? If you're just right. Because if they always say if it's going to be a science, and if they're actually trying to type people accurately, well, they're going to take way less clients. They're going to spend way more time on each person, and then they'll get them right.
Yeah, that's their business plan to say that it'll take it to science, because that's what gets our, because it works. It's like that's what TE works for UTIs. We'll take it to science. There you go.
Yeah, no, it won't.
Sure. Yeah.
But yeah, so like that's as a TI, it's like, okay, how do I internalize this stuff? Oh, because all you're doing right now is just externalizing it. Okay, I see how you're externalizing it. How do I internalize it? And so that's the void in the TI, which is a big void. It's not small.
It's not small.
Yeah.
It's not small. It's like this is a weirder connection, but I was watching Jordan Peterson the other day, and he was talking about how like every one of his professors told him not to study Carl Jung.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like that.
Best movie ever made was studying Carl Jung. Gave him a lot of stuff. I see that with him every time. Jordan Peterson, you can't predict what's going to come out of his Pandora's box, but you can see that any Pandora's box just open up and he just starts pulling everything out.
just a bobbling, annoying, smart guy. I was gonna say idiot, but he's smart. So Maxi J asked what type I am. I'm Jordan. I'm a decider, Jordan Peterson. So in terms, that would be an INTP. That's sleep last and double feminine, and then social type 4. So there you go. I got your answer there.
Bye guys, going to bed.
Later on, yeah, we should end this too, anyways. At some point. Thanks for joining, Ron. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it.
All right. Do you have any summation thoughts, and then we can get out of here?
Yeah, we should all adopt Estonia's bureaucracy system.
Yeah, go to Estonia, learn the bureaucracy system, and then fight for our team. SpongeBob. And then SpongeBob will be part of it.
Once SpongeBob adopts their system, then the world will adopt it.
Yeah, and then I want to move to Jupiter to get as many solar eclipses as possible. So
they've got way more over there. That's true. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Any final blasts before we end it? The 4-hour stream.
Yeah, thanks for watching and thanks for joining, man. You come back every time.
Wait, what was the thing that you're gonna send me when I first joined? You like?
Was it the bubble doc?
No, before that, because I said I wasn't gonna reveal my type, and
the typing
CRG. The CRG stuff.
Yeah,
I forgot to ask last time.
CRG, where's that?
Could you also send me the wait list as well?
Okay.
I'm sorry, overwhelming. 2 tabs.
Do you know how to message me? Here, let me put this. This is the CRG thing in the.
Put it in the private chat. I don't know.
Okay, I'll put it in the private chat too.
Okay.
Yeah.
I got it. Yeah, I see. Awesome. So what type do you think I am?
I don't know.
Oh.
You seem to be NESI so far, but I'm getting a vibe of like NIFI for some reason. So I don't know
That's
what how to
NIFI?
cross that. Yeah, I don't know how to cross that.
Here, can I? Will you tell us your type, or are you? Do you want to?
No,
Oh,
he's
hit
gonna
it?
You want me to tell you?
No, don't tell me. Don't tell me.
No. If
You
I
can
were to
tell
guess,
David secretly,
if I were to guess,
How do I tell David secretly?
but like,
Oh, you-
yeah, like I'm assuming ENTP, but like you don't seem like one.
I know. I am assuming also any or my saviors. So I feel
Yeah.
the cringe of my own type.
What? I'm cringe.
No, you're not.
You're
But
cringe to
me,
him. You're cringe to him
because you're
because
my-
he
'cause
sees himself
I'm-
in you, and he's cringe to himself, is what he's saying.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It's yeah.
Well,
yeah.
well. If I'm not the same type, then I'm just cringe.
No, you're not. You're
That's
fine.
right. Yeah, if you're not the same type, then you're just cringe. Otherwise, Dave is seeing himself in you, and he's cringe to himself.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, cringe is such a powerful word. Cringe. Oh. Writes
Man,
down
it's nice making someone else feel uncomfortable for a change. Come back, David.
What? What'd you say?
Yes.
Cringe.
Damn, he predicted it. Look at this.
No, I saw that first.
Did you? All right. Okay, thanks.
All right.
Thanks. Later, guys.
See ya.
All right.